What's going on, guys? I need to make sure everything's working because that's the problem. Alright, so your USD, I'm looking for this to go up. At one point, this green candle didn't have a bottom wick, so I gotta sneeze. Holy shit! So I'm glad that we were able to get that on. Um. Man. Alright, so the only three pairs that I'm looking for, well, two pairs, cause these already went. So going into the list of today, I was looking at about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was looking at 8 pairs. Out of those 8 pairs, only two, well, three of them moved. Well, one moved where it needed to move, which was NZDJPY, right? The entry wasn't really that good based on what we were looking for, right? So the number one thing was to make a new third day low, to make a new low today, which that low was made at 11 p.m., 11:30, right? 22:30. Because all I'm looking for was TP was down here for the day. So, in a day where this would have been like a picture perfect entry, I would have loved to seen, pull back up into this area up here to then go down, right? That way we would have had a lot more pips to catch. Um, right? And then the areas that we were looking for to break, we didn't really have any. So at this point, we broke the high with this green candle, and then, these two candles closed in the same spot, so then it just went down, right? Never went up, never gave a retest, continued going up. Plus, we had this green candle here with no bottom wick, right? So if you're the market maker, what are you thinking? You're thinking, okay, we have a BOS, right, which isn't a real BOS, which happened here, and a candle with no bottom wick. So they were like, okay, we're gonna trap traders who. Sorry, this music is mad loud. Right? Their thought process is, we know traders are gonna have buy stops here, right, which was triggered by the green candle, to believe that we're gonna continue to go up, which was the next green candle here, which was the fake out, and then it went down and completed that third day move. And then as soon as they completed this third day move with this red engulfing candle, what happened? Price went right back to the top. So not only did it fake out the traders who were going up here, but then it faked out the traders down here, thinking that this was a BOS for the low of the day, right? Which, or not the low of the day, but the opening candle, right? But actually the low of the day as well, because it did close below the low of the day, and it went up instead. And then again, it broke the high of the day again here, and then went right back down. So technically speaking, out of today, the only valid entry that we could have gotten is where it's at right now, right? But now I'm taking into consideration ADR for the day, STP, all of that, even though I am looking for a new weekly low down here. So is it a clean entry? For me, not really. It's Thursday. Um, just based on where price is at now, it's a TP is 150 pips. We usually do 112. So it's likely that we could get that move. You know, today will probably end on a drop no net, and then Friday will end on another drop. But I do want to see price continue to go down, and the fact that we don't have really no wicks at the top, except for the one all the way up here, it's a good sign that we might continue to push down to cover the gaps down here. Euro USD, same situation. I'm looking for price to break above, and then gold, waiting to see what's gonna happen. Right, we have 2 days of drop. Third day today already gave us that new low with the wick, and then it's just in the zone of consolidation. Yo, I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep the stream on here, but I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I don't even know where my phone is at. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, one more time. Looking at gold, still in the middle. NZDJPY still chilling down here. And we had this red candle here with no top wick, so it looks like we're just covering that, right? Again, the bad thing about this is the fact that ADR has already been hit. We already did 78. I think ADR was 75 maybe. Um, Again, what I do like about this is the fact that we need to make a third. Well, we don't need to make a third week, but that is what we're looking for, right? We are looking for that new weekly low. So with that being the case, right? Um, and it looks better on fucking MT4, dude. I really don't like that trading view doesn't look the best. Um, right, we had 1 week. I'm just gonna do this again. We had 1 week from here to here, the second week from here to here, and now we're looking for the third week that's from here to down here. Now, again, from where we're at right now to where we need to be at is 153 pips, right? ADR, we'll calculate ADR right now on both platforms to see how off we are. Right, so 72 is STP, same as here, as 112, 75. So 75, 72, we'll do 72, and we already did, 80, 82. So again, we do have this here that I do enjoy, the fact that we closed the gap that was here with this candle with no top wick. But again, it's just we get this entry here, cool. We have a 10 pip stop loss. But we're trapped between this range here from here to here. It's 30 pip range. So once we break, yeah, I'll wait for this one, right? Because you see, once we break below this one, we have all this clean range all the way up to down here with 117 pips. So I'm gonna wait till this breaks over here as well, which is also just the low of this, the break of this low. So we'll see. I'll have to wait it out. Alright, and then notice how this break also has no bottom wick, so wouldn't be a bad catch to get. So then gold, we're kind of the same situation, right? We have 1 day, 2 day, this is third day of drop. Again, we understand that we have this gap down here. So we could be in a complete downtrend. Now it's just about looking at where we are, right? If we start looking at just what are we doing right now from here, from this top to the bottom, right? We saw that we had a previous break, change of character, which is here, right? And then we continue doing this downtrend move, right? And then also what I see here is just super simple. I'm not gonna do every single move. I'm just gonna make like the major pullbacks and what I'm looking at, right? If we start comparing, right? And then this is what we're looking for. Double top, change of character happened with the double top, gave us a little zone of consolidation here, went down, gave us another push, gave us a pullback, right? Giving us equal highs, never broke above the high. To continue going down is what I'm looking for, right? And then the way we know we're going to continue going down is already once we have this change of character, right? This break happened, no bottom wick. Remember, we're in the daily time frame, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It took a whole week to cover this gap. Right, and then we have this one down here that we just covered, and that's it for now. Right, until we get down here. Right, which is what we're looking for to cover, which is that gap. So all these moves make sense, right? So then again, we had this break here, break, retest to continue going down. So once we start looking at it like that, I'm gonna delete this because there's a lot of shit on my screen already. You know, once we start looking at the 30-minute, again, it's like, what do we have? We have a gap up here, we have a gap up here, we have a gap up here, which is fine. Right? Do we have to cover these gaps now? No. We understand that gaps could be filled whenever they want to be filled, right? Which is the situation that's going on right now with US 30 and S&P. We'll go over that now as well, right? Which is, we have this huge gap up here in the 30-minute time frame, right? But price decided that it wants to follow the trend, follow the downtrend, go to the 800 EMA, and then notice, like, a pair like US 30 and S&P, a pair that never, right, it rarely moves during London and Asia session, already gave us pretty much STP for the day. So it's one of those things where we just gotta wait for it. We gotta be patient, right? Again, we have no clean entry here due to no top wick on this red candle. Right, we already knew, like, okay, price is gonna most likely come up, right? So what do we see now? We have low, lower, high, higher, low, higher, high, boom, change of character, right? Did it give us a retest? No. But what do we have? We have another candle down here with no bottom wick. So we know price is gonna come down again. Does it have to come down now? No. If you notice, this one has a bottom wick here, here, here. But I do believe that before we go down and cover that gap at the bottom, or before we continue that trend to the bottom, we have to come up and cover this gap before anything else. So that's what I'm waiting for on here. So that's why I just have that off. I'm not gonna mess with that. Right, and then Euro USD, the reason I'm looking for buys on top of the market makers pattern, we have a third month new high. So, and we still have all month. It's only the third, so we have all month literally to look for a trade. Also, remember, it's the first week of the month, right? We understand that the last week of the month and the first week of the month are the worst to trade, the worst. So, you know, I'm not really, you know, and the reasons are right here, right? We go back to yesterday, we had NFP, which was Wednesday. If we go back to Tuesday, we had bank holidays, we had high impact news during AUD, USD, NZD. A lot of pairs just been moving weirdly, right? The last day of the month was July 31st. As you can see, was a pretty clean day. But if we today's the 3rd, right? If we start looking at today, tomorrow, for the rest of the week, right? We have another NFP day on Friday, right? And then starting up to the 2nd week of the month, that's it. It starts slowing down. We have no more news, not that crazy. We have bank holidays on Monday. Tuesday, there's no news. We have CPI during Asia session, which is fine. So NYC, we know Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday is going to be a good day. All right, Thursday we have CPI, 8 in the morning. So got to be careful with that. And then Friday's a pretty good day until, well, we have 3 high impact at 8:30 and 10, right? And the GBP at 2. So you know we're going to be trading that shit for sure. So it starts slowing down, right? There's the 3rd week, and then the last week of the month, you see how it starts going red, 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 red. Right, we'll see it here. On Wednesday, from 1 in the morning to 9:30, there's news. That's crazy. And the last Friday of the month should be all red as well. Yeah. So gotta capitalize on the days that we could trade. So fuck. What was it today? I already looking at it. So at 7 we have the news coming in for GBP. Alright, we'll take a look at the GBP folders, or the GBP pairs now. So we have 7, 7:30, 8:30 and 10. So 8:30 and 10 is what I'm really focused on. We're good. So GU. I don't know what this is down here. So we'll just focus on this. So GU. Alright, GU is just following the trend. We had 1 day, 2 day, third day today. Third day was already made. Right, we at one point we had this low and this high, then this low broke and gave us this high, and then this low, and then this low just broke a few minutes ago, gave us a new low and this high. So we're still in a downtrend, right? Could this be a little retest already, right, of the zone? It could be, right? At one point, this was a zone of interest at one point. So again, it's just another situation. Are we gonna be looking for an entry here? We already did 80 pips, right? And then GJ is the one that I'm really interested in, right? Because GJ not only did it, see, like, GJ gave us a really nice entry last night at 1:30 in the morning. It was just based off of this right here. The fact that it covered this gap here, price was consolidating between this range, right, which was the retest range from the bottom of the top. So this could have been a good entry. Now, based on what I'm looking for, it wouldn't have been a good entry, right? So it's one of those things where I had this mapped out since last week. Right, what I'm looking for, the retest, TPs, where they would be, the reasons why, all of this is here. But GJ is one of those pairs that, again, we're in peak high territory. Since I'm looking for, we have this gap up here, number one. Number two, since I was looking for GU to go up, I was kind of expecting GJ to follow suit. But it looks like GBP pairs are going down right now, giving us a nice pullback before the push up. I still believe GJ is going to go up. Probably not today, but I do believe that we still got to go up before we see a complete downtrend move. Now, if we just go down and we start the downtrend move, then we'll capitalize on it. But today I just wanted to get away from this little zone of consolidation. So if we end up breaking below and we continue to break below, then we'll catch those entries later. But right now I'm not gonna mess with that. There's just no reason. There's no reason, you know what I mean? Like, there's really not. And silver and gold, I'm looking for them to go down. But the fact that it already gave us the moves that we're looking for, and right now price is just consolidating, I do believe that we could be looking for some rises now here. Pushes to the top side. So right now we're just stuck with these three: Euro, USD, NZD, and gold. So again, to recap, Euro USD, I'm looking for price to go up. NZD JPY, I'm looking for price to continue going down and create that third week low. And gold, I'm looking for, I'm just waiting for structure at this point with gold, right? Like, again, gold would be nice to continue going down, but like, there's a few things here, right? Like, the number one thing is exactly what happened in the beginning of the week, right? Which was, we understand that these are exhaustion candles, right? So understanding that these are all exhaustion candles, I understand that market has to push up, right? So, like, what's an exhaustion candle? These are exhaustion candles. This one is an exhaustion candle. Shit. Right, I understand that there's an exhaustion candle. I could fucking go ahead and just copy and paste this here. Right? Because again, this is, technically speaking, this is a BOS. Right, so if we go and we start marking this, alright, what are we looking for? We're looking for price to break below here. Right, so again, there's an exhaustion candle at BOS. Sorry, imbalance, not exhaustion. Right? Exhaustion candles are these right here. When you see all these wicks, right? For example, here we had wicks at the bottom. We knew these were exhaustion candles, right? We had wicks down here at the bottom too. We knew these were exhaustion candles at the bottom, knowing that price was going to go up. So these are imbalance candles at the BOS. So we know that at one point we have to fill these candles up. Now let's start looking at what's going on today, because I do want to make sure that we are caught up. So at this point we have no candles here that have no top wicks, right? All of these have top wicks, all of them here, all of them here, all of them here. This one didn't have it, but it was already filled with this green candle. This red candle doesn't have it, this red candle doesn't have it. So we know price has to come back up here, and then obviously the ones up here. At one point we had no candle here and it went down, so I already filled it, so we're good with that. Alright, as you can see, we had ones down here, and I'm pretty sure these were filled already. No, not yet. Almost. So I want to just look at the most recent ones, right? I do want to keep an eye on the ones on the left. Obviously we know why price has to go down, right? So right now I'm just trying to see, like, alright, why wouldn't price go down, right? We had one here at the opening candle. So right now, since price is just consolidated, we just gotta wait it out, right? At this moment we do have a candle down here with no bottom wick, which is this green one right here. Now would I be looking for an entry down here to go up? Ideally you would want to, right? Ideally you want to buy at the bottom and sell at the top, right? But at this point, right, if we end up buying here, right, there's still a possibility that price could go down. So what I would like to see first is something like this, right? Like this is pretty much what price is doing right now. Equal high, which is to where we're at right now. Equal high, right? We understand that we have a gap right here, right? So let's say that we put a buy stop here, right? And we're trading between here and here, right? We could all see that. This is pretty much what's going on right now. I'm just looking at the moves, right? We had this equal high, right? Equal low from the bottom to where we're at right now, right? We can see that the same thing. So now if let's say where we're at right now, right? Let's say price goes down a little bit, just breaks, right? Let's say price breaks, right? And it comes down here, I would look for an entry, right? After we get this entry, obviously, since I'm looking for it to go up, I'm expecting price to push up, right? That would be like a picture perfect day trader entry and exit. Because number one, we waited for that BOS, we got a retest to continue going up. Now if price goes down first, right, let's erase this, right? Let's say price, which is where we're at right now, let's say price goes down first, I'm not gonna buy, because we're still, number one, we're still in the middle of the range, right? That's number one, we're still in the middle of the range. Number two, we have no confirmation that price is gonna continue to push up, and we have no confirmation if price is gonna continue to push down. So let's say we get this entry here, price could simply just consolidate and push down, or it could consolidate and push up. You know what I mean? Like it's such a 50-50 gamble that there's no reason to take that risk. Now if you want to, if you're one of those traders that just take every entry opportunity, right? Like at this point you're losing 15 pips, right? If you're willing to lose 15 pips, whatever, to gain however much, let's calculate it, right? Because I like using numbers because it makes more sense. Whatever. Um, what the fuck? Anyway, if you want to, sorry, I just did the whole math really bad right there. So, if you want to risk 15 pips to get 100 pips, right? This is where it's at. This is where it's at. So, we just gotta wait, right? We just gotta wait, because now what do we have here, right? It's just a little I'm just using little confirmations that the market is giving me, right? Now we have no top wick here. At this point, we have no top wick. All right, so let's see what happens here. I'm gonna delete this because I'm not in this entry. I just wanted to give a little visual of what I'm looking at. Right, so this is one thing that could happen. I wish I could just like... Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Right, this is one thing that could happen, which is again why I'm not looking for an entry. Alright, then the next thing that could happen, I'm gonna draw it out again. It's super simple shit. It really is. Where we're at now. Alright. So now let's see what it does, right? At this point, right, it covered the gap. We're at the bottom of the zone again. And we're waiting to see what happens. This price continue to go up. Does it go down? Right, and then technically speaking, if I say that this isn't a significant pullback, which is not technically, is not a significant pullback, but it is a consolidating zone. So this could be the break below, and we could be looking at this high and this low. Here's what I see with this. Again, I obviously see that we're in a zone of consolidation, right? So at this point, again, what I was saying again here is just I don't see. This is two things I see happening because we haven't broken a high or a low yet. We've yet to break above the high, and we've yet to break below the low. So one of these two things could happen. Now, again, if it was a little bit different where the high would have been broken first, right? Like let's say this would have broken the high and then came down, that would have given me a way better confirmation. Right? It would have given me a way better confirmation to be like, hey, we're going up. Right? But instead of breaking what it left us with, it left us with a candle with no top wick. So I'm just using the knowledge of different strategies to really understand what's going on, right? Because it happens every single time. Like the times that it doesn't cover it, right? Like we understand again that this is a gap, right? We understand this is a gap, right? The same way we understood that at one point this was a gap, right? And then let's start putting our lines down. Right, let's start putting our lines down so we know exactly what we're looking for and why. Right? We have a gap there. We have a gap here. We have a gap here. Alright, and then we have obviously this gap down here. And then if we go to where we're at right now, which one have been covered? Like right, this one at the top has been covered. So I already know I can go back and delete this one. Right? We already knew price had to come down, but why did price have to come down is the same reason as to why price has to go up. Right? At one point, the market left us with a candle with no bottom wick, and then after it left us with the candle with no bottom wick, what did it do? It created imbalanced candles. Right? Understanding the market, we understand that at one point it doesn't have to happen right away, it doesn't have to happen the same day, it doesn't have to happen the same month. Right? But we understand that price has to come down and cover that imbalance, right? Because imbalances in the market act like gaps in the market as well, right? So at one point we had that imbalance and it went down and covered it, right? The same way at this point we had an imbalance down here, and in the next 2 days it covered it. It covered up the imbalance, it did a retest, and then continued to go down, right? When it went down here, created an imbalance. These 3 red candles here, imbalances. Price went up with this red wick and covered it, right? The opening green candle for yesterday was an imbalance, right? And then what happened? Price went down and covered it, right? End of day yesterday, price went down. These 1, 2, 3 red candles here are imbalances. So what do we know? Price has to come up and fill that. Now, again, does it have to happen right away? No. We just seen in the last, let's say in the last month, we just saw 3 different variations of the imbalance. We saw one that was filled a couple weeks later, we saw one that was filled a couple days later, and we seen one that was filled a couple minutes later, and we see one that was filled a few hours later, right? So, and it's the same thing with the candle with no top wicks and no bottom wicks, right? We understand that in some cases these don't get filled right away, right? In some cases these get filled months later, weeks later, right? Hours later, minutes later, seconds later. It's just about what are we looking for, right? The confirmation, right? And at this point, again, there was no confirmation here that tells us whether we're going up or down, right? The only confirmations that we have is what the market is giving us, which is, alright, we have an imbalance, right? We have these candles with no bottom and top wicks, okay, but we're still in the zone of consolidation. So we understand that this is where traders are getting trapped the most. So this is just one of those things where you just gotta pick and choose, right? You gotta pick and choose your battles. What do you want to do? Do you want to risk, right? Do you want to risk 10 pips to win 100? Fuck it, right? If you have risk management, you could definitely do it, right? If you're risking 10 pips, depends on your account size, you could still trade with $1 lot. It's gold, so let's not say $1 lot. Let's say, let's say 35 cents, 40 cents, right? You could even do half the lot. You could do half of a dollar, right? 50 cents, right? With a 10 pip stop loss, depends on your account, right? Right, but at this point we understand why the market isn't going to give us the move that we're anticipating, right? So at this point it's just gambling, right? Because again, nobody here should be trading shorts until the low of the day is broken, right? Which is here. Nobody here should be trading long until we get some type of confirmation that we're going to turn around here, right? Because at this point, if you took this trade, right, obviously you're in drawdown and your stop loss should be somewhere here, right? So for entertainment reasons, 1932.72 is what I wrote down. So Let's do it this way. 1932.72. Right. At this point, this is what's happening right now with the market. This is what's going on. Now, again, we're at the bottom of consolidation, right? We're at the bottom of the daily consolidation that the market gave us. Right, we're a few pips away from our stop loss being hit, and we just gotta wait it out and see what happens. Right, again, I'm not in this trade. I'm just showing the reasons as to why you have to be patient. Right, same with this with NZDJPY. Right now we're just stuck in the zone. Right, not only are we stuck in the zone, but again, we're stuck between two support and resistance zones. We're stuck between this previous support zone, right, and we're stuck between this resistance zone. So even though this did break the low of the day, even though this does look like a retest to continue going down, even though we understand that there's a 3rd-week low that has to be made, right, I also understand that we're stuck between a 30 pip range, right? So what would I rather do? Would I rather take the risk of entering up here, right, for my price to hit stop loss, right, or would I rather wait for, you know, the easiest confirmation of my life, which would be the break of this? And notice how fucking clean all of this is. There's no BOSs here that happens until the week low is made. So would I rather wait? Would I rather trade up here to risk hitting my stop loss, or would I rather wait for this low to be broken, right, to catch an entry here, to go all the way down and catch 130 pips? I think that sounds a little bit more, you know, a little better, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, right? So that's the situation with that. So then Euro USD is kind of the same thing, right? Just a little bit backwards because I'm looking for price to go up, right? At this point, we're stuck between this support zone down here, right, which is the low that hasn't been broken yet, and this high up here. Now, why am I looking for this one? Because right now I'm just looking at what moves am I looking for right now. Lower low, lower high, lower low, right? If we break above the previous lower high, we understand that this turns into lower low, higher low, higher high. We'll look for a retest, higher low, to continue going up, higher high, higher low. And if we break above here, if we break above here, if we break above here, we can find other entries. Also, I don't think I calculated STP, but we already did 36 out of the 77, so we've done 50%. Little bit like 50%, 77. And TP is 51. Right, and we did what, 37, so 51 would be up here, right, which makes sense, because right? Again, we'll be right on this support zone, we'll be right on these two support resistance zones, right, which is just another term for BOS. It's a whole bunch of shit, the same thing, we're all trading the same things, just different verbiage. Technically too, this is a little BOS to the downtrend, this is a little BOS to the downtrend. So now we have this high and this low. So alright, so again, remember what I was saying about gold. Remember why I was saying I don't really like this entry. Remember, even though, yes, even though we had at the bottom of consolidation is always going to happen, right? At the bottom of consolidation, would you have low, lower, high, lower, low, boom, break of structure, higher, high, right? Not only did we have that, right? Like, again, you got to think like the market maker sometimes, right? If you give people, if you induce traders into being like, okay, what are we gonna give them to make them believe that we're gonna go up, right? The first thing they gave us was a little change of character here in a lower time frame. Right, the second thing they gave us with is that candle that gave that engulfing green candle that gave us that BOS, that change of character. It left us with no bottom work. So what are we expecting? Obviously, traders who are going long are expecting price to give us a pullback down into the zone to cover this gap down here, to look for this entry to continue going up, and they understand that stop losses are going to be at the bottom. Super, like, you know what I mean? Like it's when you start looking at the psychology of trading and why the market moves the way it moves, everything makes sense. everything makes sense. And then here, obviously, like if you're going into being a little bit more of a technical trader, right, which is pretty much just, let me delete this line. I don't know what that's there for. Which is pretty much like, okay, price goes into the zone, you start looking at the 5-minute time frame to look for a more clean and clear entry. You know what I mean? You would just be, at this point, you would just be waiting for a little change of character in a lower time frame. So, well, I'm not gonna be doing all that right now on this pair. And we understand that this gap was filled already. We left the gap up here. We have 7 minutes left. Hi, Shadow. Come here. Shadow, can you get more comfortable? Because, like, you're hurting me. You're a little fat. Sorry, that's very mean. I didn't mean to call you fat. Yeah, I did. Shadow, please, man, move your arm. You're literally putting your fucking arm inside my stomach. I need you to chill. I just need you to get comfortable, lay down or something. But, like, whatever stance you're in right now, not okay. That's better. Thank you. You're so cute. Such a nice kitty. You girl. And having cats is great. I'm just letting you guys know. You guys are ever thinking about getting a cat? Get one. Dude, they don't do anything. Super chill. Yeah, you gotta clean their litter. If you're a clean freak, right? Once a day, you're chilling with that. It won't make your house smell like shit if you buy the right products, obviously. Um, their food is super simple. They eat whenever they want, whenever they're hungry. So you don't have to be feeding them all day, and they don't be barking at you and biting. Nah, they're just like, we're gonna lay down, we're gonna lay down. We're gonna eat food, we'll eat some food. And then as soon as they don't want no more love, they leave. They don't bite stuff around the house and break down the doors, none of that. It's just super just sweet all day. Alright, so Euro USD, we got 3 minutes left for the next 30-minute candle. Again, do we have news now at 7 or is it 8 o'clock? 7 is GBP, okay. I'm not looking at GBP pairs, so. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. As a reason, why I'm not looking at it is just, it already moved, it did what it had to do. We have no real clean entry opportunities now, like at this moment. So we just gotta keep looking. Yeah, look at the 5-minute time frame just to see. Alright. Hey mama. The only bad thing about cats, let's see, can I say one bad thing about at least the cat that I have? Truthfully, sorry, I know you don't like being, trying to use another word because what I was about to say, it sounded outrageous. I didn't mean to blow on your face. It was just you had a few furs. Yeah, I'll say that. I don't, but I'm like that with every animal's like this, like the shedding, the furs and the hairs, and I fucking hate that, but it's fine. Like every animal does that, so I can't like I can't say, oh, I hate this about cats now, because like even fucking birds shed. Like their feathers are everywhere. They shit everywhere too if they're not, it's pretty difficult to train a bird, but if they're not trained to shit in one place, they'll shit everywhere. So I'm not gonna say, oh, the fur that they leave. Like, nah, bro, that's what we got lint rollers for. So you got a vacuum cleaner for, like, it's all good. Nah, man, they don't make a mess. Like I said, like these cats, they don't bite. Like, yeah, like in the beginning she'll be biting my wires, but she doesn't do that anymore. She already knows. Like, hey man, don't bite my wires. Um, I don't like when any animals lick me. But again, every animal fucking does that, so I'm not gonna say fuck the cats for licking me, but they also know not to lick me anymore. Um, what else, dude? I can't really say anything else. Alright, so you notice price closed above the zone, right? With this next 30-minute candle that just opened. It did close above. So that is a good thing. But we kind of gotta, we're still close to the zone, right? We're still close to where stop losses and would be and everything like that. So we'll just have to wait it out and see what happens. Euro USD good, right? Euro USD good. At one point this green candle didn't have a bottom wick. I don't know if you guys saw the last couple minutes of this candle. It went down, created that bottom wick, and it went up. So right now we have no bottom wicks on Euro USD as of right now, right? As of previous days, we have no bottom wicks, so that's good. For the top wicks, like obviously we have this one here that doesn't have a top wick. So again, I'm very adamant of Euro USD right now out of all the other pairs. Very adamant with Euro USD. Obviously, also because we had already a previous 3 days of drop. I think that this would give us the highest probability of making the move that it needs to make. Damn, Kiro isn't even here, man. I haven't fucking streamed in like a week and a couple of days, and You already left me. I'll be waiting for you. You lied to me, man. Alright, so yesterday I didn't get it. I didn't do it. Okay. But there's no H at the end. RT. I just wanna. Okay, cool. I just wanna get letters out of the way. So ARTH. Um. Okay, cool. We got it. Sure. Sure. We'll play a spelling bee. Um. Oh, I need the fucking metal word. I didn't know that. I kind of forgot. Okay, so I was just talking shit about you, Kiro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Literally, I was just talking shit about you. I was just saying like it's crazy how I was like, where is he? I just did the Wordle. I'm like, where is he? I haven't streamed all week. He said he would be here and he lied to me. Dude, I'm having a brain fart. What words have letter M in it? Um, yeah, you gotta be kidding me. I spelled mate wrong anyway now. Um, this is bad. Very, very bad. Your letter words are too small. I was cooking. It's all good. It's all good. I was fucking around. Spanish word. Tram. Good one. There's no. Oh, there is a fucking I. Dude, I don't know. For like a few seconds, for some reason, I was like, yo, that's a L. Alright, man. Alright, man. Alright, man. Got you there. Yo, USD still in the same zone. JPY still in the same zone. Gold still in the same zone. Alright, cool. I know you weren't here for gold, but the analysis that I was giving was I'm looking for these are two things that could happen right now. Right? This is what I'm looking for. Obviously I'm looking for price to go up. That's number one. Because of this imbalance over here. Um, but these are two possibilities that could happen. Which is right now where price is at, it could just continue to go down. Right? Or if where price is at, it could just go up. But what I was saying about price going up, if price would have broken the high the day first and then came down to this zone, it would have been a lot better to look for an entry going long here. But the fact that we're still trapped between these two zones, I think that makes it more difficult for us to look for an entry. I was about to get into gold buys. Yeah, this is what I'm currently looking for. Right, this is pretty much like what the entry and the exit would be. But what I was saying is like, you know, this is one of those situations where we understand probabilities, and this is just one of those situations where, again, if price, this is what we're looking for, right? This is, or not what we're looking for, but this is what we see right now, right? These two things we see, either this is happening, which is what's pretty much happening right now, or this could happen, right? But if price, right, if price would have broken above and then came down to then go up, right? That seems, this would have been a higher probability trade than the one that we have right now. Gold got its own mindset can melt, right? So, and again, it's just where we're at, right? That's another thing you just got to consider. It's what is price doing and why is it doing it, right? Which is, again, we're in a zone of consolidation, right? Price has yet to break highs or lows. So price could simply just go wherever it wants. Like, there's no confirmation right now. There's no confirmation at all that tells us whether price is going to go up or down. So technically speaking, price could just do whatever it wants to do, right? If anything, obviously price right now is telling us it's going to go down, because at one point we had low, lower, high, lower, low, boom, change of character, higher, high, higher, low, higher, high, equal low, lower, high, lower, low, right? To where we're at right now. And if price breaks below this zone right now, if in the next 22 minutes this red candle decides to close below, you know what I mean? We already know what's going to happen. So it's one of those things where, we know what's going on. We know what price wants to look for. Right? We understand that right now, in the zone that we're in right now, it's super tricky to get into a trade, because there's so many things that could happen. Now, the fact that we could sit here and really analyze exactly what's going on, right? That's what separates us from everybody else. Again, this is what we're looking for. If price decides to go down, this is how it's gonna look. Just compare it. Price went down to the zone, which is here, and now it's consolidating again here. So gotta wait. There's really nothing else. There's nothing more to it, nothing less to it. It's a waiting game at this point. Right? Same with NZDJPY, same with Euro USD. Like, at this point, it's just a waiting game. There's no telling what it wants to do. Maybe like 35 pips, 0.5% entry. Yep. I was looking at more like just the break of down here. 8 and 50 SMA are both been tapped. Yep.
You're such a cute kitty cat. You're such a cute kitty cat.
Crazy how comfortable cats could just get. Like, anywhere they could just lay down and go to sleep.
Hi, baby. Good morning.
So majestic creatures, man. Where do cats piss and shit? And their litter. It's like a little litter box. You could train the cat. Like, for example, I have a like an outside spot. It's not a backyard, because it's not, yard. It's not a big yard with grass on the and anything. Um, but it's a good space in the back where you could train the cat to piss and shit outside, but it's the same thing. Like, you're just gonna have to clean it up anyway, because if not, it's gonna stink outside. It stinks. So if I was explaining that earlier too, like, it was one thing that I don't like about cats. Like, there really isn't, right? Because unlike dogs, for example, like, if your dog isn't trained to go outside and you have just like the pads that they put on the floor, like, with a dog or any animal that ends up shitting inside the house, like in a pad, um if you don't clean the pad up relatively quick, it's gonna stink, right? Comparing that to a cat's litter, where it's the box, it's enclosed. So, the cats walk into their litter box, and that's where they go to the bathroom. So if you don't clean it, let's say for 2 days, after the second day it'll start smelling really bad. But obviously, like, the litter that you use, that you buy, um, there's a few products and different products that you could buy to where it won't stink up, relatively quick. It'll take a few days. So like for the people who don't like to clean the litter every single day, who just want to leave it for a few days, like every 3 days or whatever, um, my bad, I was reading a text. Um, if you buy the right products, like the right litter, you could put like baking powder for the litter as well, or not baking powder, baking powder, whatever it is, the Arm& and Hammer, the thing you put inside the fridge for it to like not stink. There's that for the litter, so it's not really bad. Like obviously it's gonna stink when you open it up and you want to clean it, or if you leave it there, because it is piss and shit, but it's not overwhelming, right? Like it's not again, it's not like a dog or an animal that just pisses and shits in a like a pee or in a pee pad inside the house, where like you open the house door and it smells. It's not like that at all. It could get like that if you're not cleaning it every if you're not cleaning it often. Um, but for the most part, no, man. If you know how to clean and get rid of it, it's just it's. I got some dogs in my farmhouse. We don't have to take care at all. We hired some people who cleans the house and feed the dogs. Yeah, so that's good too. You can do the same with the cats, right? Like that would be like obviously having people who go into your house daily or even a couple days a week, 3 times, 4 times a week, who go in and take care of everything. Obviously, that's gonna help a lot as well. But just like every animal, even birds. Like I have a bird. If the bird's cage isn't cleaned, obviously that's where it shits as well. So if you don't clean that bird cage, it starts stinking after a while. It's not too bad. It's not as bad as a dog and a cat, but it does stink sometimes. Cats are just so nice. Like, hey baby, just sleeps all day. Like to be honest too, like I'm not gonna say like I was scared of cats, but it was more like all the videos and that you see online and the people who always talk shit about them, like, oh, they're gonna eat you at night when you're sleeping, they're gonna fucking scratch you, and they're the devil's pets. Well, now that I have a fucking cat, like now that I actually own cats and taking care of them, the way they act is like, bro, for any animal, because this happens with any animal, like for any pet to turn on its owner and start biting them and being aggressive, like you gotta be an asshole. Like you did something to the pet for it to act the way it's acting. Dude, weeaboos. I haven't heard that word in a minute. It reminds me of weeaboos on Reddit wanting their cats to turn into humans. Yeah, no, that's too much. Good morning. I have to camera on, just in case. Shadow's like, who is that? She's trying to look. Yeah. She was what? Hmm. Alright, so if you notice gold now, we reached that gap at the bottom, so now we have this one here at the top. Alright, so at this point, right? The way I'm looking at it is we're stuck between these two zones here, right? We're stuck between that bottom candle that had no bottom wick, and we're stuck between the top candle that had no top wick. If price decides to close above here in the next 13 minutes, right, for that 7:30 candle to open, if price, no, don't leave, Shadow. You were doing so good. Okay, you could go. Bye bye. You're so rude. If you end up going on top of her, I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna yell. Um, no. If price ends up closing above here and retesting to continue going up, that could happen. So it's a waiting game at this point. We just gotta wait and see what happens. Um, again, NZDJPY is one of these pairs where, again, we're stuck between the break of this low and we're stuck between the retest of this high, right? So we're stuck between two support and resistance zones, right? So at this point, you know, obviously I do want to see price go down because again we have a third week low, but another thing to take into consideration is if we start looking at our BOSs, right? We have this BOS which gave us this low, this high, then we had this BOS, right, which gave us the break here, which gave us this high and this low. So technically speaking, we're trading between, if we use our fib, right, we're technically trading between this high and this low, right? There's two things to take into consideration here, which is the EMA that we're looking for price to bounce off on, which at this point, since we're in peak high territory, we're looking for price to bounce off to continue going down, right? We're looking for price to bounce off to 50 EMA, which on the first day of drop, it gave us that entry to go down, right? And it did give us that entry, technically speaking, today as well, right? So now, why I'm looking for that 50 EMA again is because of where we're at peak high, but also if we look at the Fibonacci zone that we have, that 0.5 pullback, it's in the same spot where that 50 EMA is. So if price decides to come up here and tap into the zone, we could look for this entry up here to continue going down to finish the week down here. That's about 120, 160 pips. So it's not bad at all to end the week like that. GJ looks really good. It did look really good, right? But again, this is the same situation at NZDJPY right now, which is we're stuck between two support and resistance zones, which is we're stuck between this one down here, which is where the TP1 was for the week, right? We already filled this one up here. Technically, it was TP1. Right. So we're stuck between. This is a pretty big zone. I'm only gonna use this one, right? So we're stuck between this support, and we're stuck between. Technically speaking, would be this one here, right? So at this point, and then also just looking at how many pips we've done already, right? We already did 233 out of 201 that we were supposed to do, right? The average is 201. We already did 233, and on top of that, we have news. Well, news already hit at 7 in the morning, right? We have the other news at 7:30, GBP high impact. But at this point, like the move for today was already done, which was pretty much just this move down to the bottom. Everything else after this, I don't think, we'll have one more move at 7:30, but after 7:30, I don't know if you've noticed, but for the last 2 weeks, price hasn't really been moving during NYC, right? Granted, it's a GBP JPY pair, so it's nothing crazy, but for the last couple days, NYC session hasn't really given us any moves for GBP. So I'm not really looking for entries at this point. That's why I was saying earlier, I know you weren't here, but I was saying that I'm gonna start when was it? I think tomorrow? No, when is it? There's a day here that news is at 2 in the morning for GBP. Might be next week. She's a bitch. On Friday, the 11th. That's next week, right? Yeah, next week. So next week, Friday, we have news at 2 in the morning for GBP. So I'm definitely gonna be up for that. So as of today, GUGJ is already off my list. I'm just focused on looking at Euro USD, which is again I'm looking for price to break above here, NZD JPY, which is looking to see what price wants to do. Again, regardless, NZD JPY already did STP as well. It already hit the ADR for the day. It did 83 out of I think 72 that it was supposed to do. So again, technically speaking, this already did what it had to do. But the fact that we're looking for that new week low, I could be looking for this entry up here to continue going down. And then realistically speaking, like gold is the only one that hasn't moved today, right? Gold is the only one that hasn't done any moves, so that's a good sign. Now, what I don't like about this going long is that I also understand that silver, right? They're gonna be following each other. But if we go over here and we start looking like, okay, if we're looking at the 30-minute, right? We go to the daily time frame, right? We're in peak high territory. Is there a possibility that price could continue to go up? Yes, right? But that was silver. So if we go look at, or that was gold, I'm sorry. If we look at silver, right, silver has a new month low, right? But we're in the same exact setup. So, right, and the fact that we have no bottom wick here, it's could be going up, or could be going down, sorry. So it's just a waiting game at this point. Yeah, we gotta just wait and see. If price ends up closing above here, then we'll look for that. Be right back, I gotta take a piss. Luxurious hair here. No, I was talking to. Hmm. That's definitely not normal. Cause especially for like the time that you have that already went through that you fell, it shouldn't be hurting as much as it's hurting right now. Like I definitely think is what you said the other day. Like I definitely think they missed something on the in the MRIs and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think they that it could be something else. Damn. Yeah. It is also 2 weeks, so it could get better now between 2 weeks. But I mean, it's already been a month and a half almost, or a little bit more. So it shouldn't. It really shouldn't be hurting as much as it's hurting. Cause really speaking, like since there's no surgery, it was really like a small tear. Like that should really. It shouldn't take longer than 2 3 weeks for you to start feeling better, right? Like it'd be different if you had surgery and there's something that's broken compared to a tear. Um, so how much is the rent in Miami? It depends in the area. I think right now the least like the cheapest you'll find is probably in the 24 25 range, 2425. And it's also if see you're in the hood, man. About to be in the ghetto with that price. But realistically speaking, you're looking at anywhere between the lowest, like in a good area, you'll be looking at about 27, 2800, all the way to 36, 35, 36. Which neighbors? The one on your right or the one with the dog on the left? The one on the one that's by the behind the wall? Okay. You're still paying 14? Jesus. And yours is a 2-2. And that one is a? Holy shit. Damn, you got prices from 2006 though. Every year. Yeah, yeah, no, that. I mean. Mhm. Yeah, it's just making it worse. It's coming in. And it's tearing the. Oh, I'm like, what the hell? Mhm. That's crazy. Is there water coming in or? No, no, you guys have the proof, and it's not, and it's not no, and it's not your fault. It's not tenant fault that that's happening. So I tell you, yo, I called you twice, like yes, 2 days ago, and you didn't pick up. What if I was dying, bro? Mr. Vicioso, that was messed up of you, bro. What if I was dying and I needed your help? You didn't pick up the phone call. If you get the chance today, well, I'll call you again today when we finish with this. I have a few things I want to show you. Some things that I figured out on TradingView. Um, I mean, I could go over it now. I mean, it don't really matter. It's nothing crazy. Um, has to do with the gaps, right? So like for example, um, notice how like S&P, right? Like I'll give you like a quick example. S&P yesterday opened with a gap, right? But notice how on TradingView you won't see it, but on MT4 you do. I figured out candles with no top wick or candles with no bottom wick. So like for example, this red candle here, right? Whenever there's candles with no top or bottom wicks, those are just gaps in the market. Um, so then for example, if you compare S&P to US 30, you see US 30 at this case has a gap, right? But if you notice the gap, the candles that created the gap don't have a bottom wick or the top wick, but in this case it's just the bottom wicks, right? And this is where price has to fill. So that was pretty much what I wanted to show you. I don't know if you knew that or maybe it would help you or not, but I figured this like couple, probably like last week is when I started looking at this, because it's good factors too throughout the day. So that was something I'm like, yo, why is it that, because the reason I always had, um, oh, does it still say July? Shit, I changed it this morning. I just forgot to change that. Um, July, August. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh no. Unlock. Why can't I move it? You sick again, bro? You're lying right now. You guys are up early. He works? Hmm. What'd you say about the kids? Oh. Is he talking with us? I am talking to people who are in my room. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's something I figured out. I was like, yo, why? I can't hear anything. My speakers are off. Oh, okay, but dímelo, Walde. Mi bro. Damn. Guy's dying out there. You said he has a doctor appointment today? Dude, my phone is so fucked. For which one? The to do his analysis or he? Wait, you say he did his the exams already? They're just gonna go over the results or? Okay. I could delete these lines here. I don't need that. Alright, so again, for the people who just joined the stream, this is pretty much what we're looking at right now. These are two little possibilities that could happen, right? Which is again, at one point we thought this was gonna happen where price was gonna go down, right? But again, the probability of these two trades happening is 50-50, right? Again, and now I'll explain it again for the people who just joined, right? And I'll even draw this out, right? We have this move that looks like this, right? So then where we're at now here, right? Which is the same thing, right? We had this candle here that had the candle with no bottom wick, right? Which is here, right? To the point, right? So the reason I say it's 50-50, right? It's a 50% chance probability of getting into an entry here, right? Is because it would have been completely different. I want to change. Can I change the color of this? I can. That makes things so much better. Okay. If price, let's say price here would have broken and then came down, this would have been the entry to continue going up, right? Same as if it's going down. Like if we would have went down and price would have broken this candle here that has no top wick, that would have been the entry to continue going down, right? But the fact that price has just been in this zone of consolidation, right? The fact that price has just been in this zone of consolidation, it failed to break the lows, it failed to break the highs, right? We have no confirmation of where price is going to go. There's no confirmation. We don't know whether price is going to go up or down at this point because, you know, price failed, again, to break the lows and it failed to break the highs. It's just testing. So, again, at this point, we have 20 minutes. Let me see something. I'm gonna start deleting. I don't like having a lot of things on the screen anymore, but we have and this candle with no bottom wick, that was the entry you're looking for, and then you have this red candle with no top wick. So we filled both of the gaps up already. At this point, I want to see price break above, close above the zone here, because again we had lower low, lower high, lower low, higher high, which is the change of character, which is the change of character that happened here at the bottom of consolidation, right? So higher high, higher low, higher high, equal low, lower high, and then boom, push down here, lower low. This lower low candle is just a lower low compared to these, but still a higher low in the external structure, which is this low, right? So we have low, high, higher low, lower high, equal high, higher low, right? So that's external structure. Internal structure, again, we have higher high, higher low, higher high, equal low, lower high, higher low. So if we break above this little high here, we could expect price to continue going up, right? If price breaks above here, retest to continue going up, and then we'll cover the imbalance that's here, which is what TP is as well. And then also it's TP based on our STP for the day, right? STP for the day it was like what, 12 something. Let me do the math again. STP for the day is 19,876. Well, we'll put it here, right? This is our TP for the day. If we get into buys, our buys are our STPs up here, right? Entry would be somewhere here. It's about 77 pips, right? So we just gotta wait. We just gotta wait on it. We'll have to see exactly what price wants to do. NZDJPY on the other hand, remember what I was saying? We have a huge probability, right? We have number one was we broke the low of the day, cool, right? But again, now we're looking at two zones, right? Now draw this out again. We have this support and resistance zone down here, right? And we could even put this smaller, right? We'll put it down here, right? And then we also have the support resistance zone up here, right? Which is just the break of the low, right? So we're stuck between this zone. Now, again, we also understand that at one point, you know, we had the 3 days previous drops. We also had a previous BOS, right? So at this point, right, we're trading between this high and this low. Where we're at in the pattern, peak high territory, right? So we already know why price won't work out. If price doesn't work out, we already know why. It's because we're in peak high. So at this point, we're just following rules. I'm looking at rules. I'm looking at market structure. What else is there to look for, right? So number one thing is, all right, we have the 3 days of continuations of drops, right? That's number one. So the move for the day has already been completed. That's number one. Number two, what is STP, right? So STP is 75. Did we do STP for the day already? Let's look at it. Right, we already did 82. So there's already two things that already were completed. The move for the day was completed. STP ADR for the day was already completed. So there's two reasons as to why I'm not looking for this trade anymore. Now, the reason why I am looking at it still is because I understand that we also have a third week low that needs to be made. Now, it doesn't need to make it because again, we're in peak high territory. The move for the day was already created. Like, there's not a lot of confirmation that's there's not a lot of confirmations that's telling me like, hey, we're gonna go down, right? We still have a probability of going down, right? The only thing here that's telling me that we still have that possibility is number one, this candle here with no bottom wick, which is again a gap in the market, right? Also, this move here is an imbalance, right? And then we also have this bottom wick here, or this candle with no bottom wick. So there's a few things that I'm looking at that are pros and cons in this pair right now, right? So what I'm looking for now is, are we gonna get a retracement back into that 0.5 fib, and are we gonna get a retracement back into the 50 EMA, which is again what we're looking for, right? We're in peak high territory. We're looking for price to start going down. We're looking for price to bounce off that EMA. So certain things that we got to look for, right? But the fact that again we already created the new low of the day, right? And we already completed ADR for the day as well, is the only thing telling me like, hey, be careful with the trade. Now we could do two things, right? Which is what I'm gonna do, right? We could do two things. We could either get an entry here and risk 15 pips, you know, to get 167 pips, because that's where our TP for the week would be. Or we could wait until price breaks below this zone, because notice how much clearer this zone is compared to where we're at now, right? Once we clear this zone and we break below this price, the traffic on the left hand side, which is all of these green candles, is super clear. So we'll be capturing 125 instead of 160. It's only a 40 pip difference, right? So in hindsight, yeah, it's 40 pips. 40 pips is 40 pips, but at this point here, we'll be stuck within a trap zone. Right now, this is just traders being trapped. So for me, I would rather wait for this low to be broken down here, right? For me to then continue and looking for these entries to continue going down. And again, if we break below here, look how clean this traffic is on the left hand side, right? I prefer to enter once we break the zone. Absolutely. Is the only thing that makes sense. Again, this entry here makes sense as well, right? But the probability of this trade working out and the probability of this trade actually making that third week low that we're looking for is super low still. Again, super low based on how many pips STP is for the day, right? We're already in Thursday. right? So let's look at Friday. It has to do 126 pips out of the 71 that it's supposed to do. So it's gonna do basically double of ADR for us to get this entry, and for us to get our take profit to be hit. So there's just certain things that we have to take into consideration um before we enter. Now Euro USD looks really good, right? Euro USD at this point, we're looking for a third month high. We're already in the beginning of the month. The beginning of the month gave us a nice pullback, right? The moves that is making now left us with no gap, no bottom wicks at the bottom. So this is letting me know that price is starting to gain strength to continue going up. And if we start looking at the left side, like we have this candle here that left us with a gap. And if we go on to the left side, which is what we're looking for that third month high, right? That third month high also left us with two candles here with no top wicks. So again, we kind of already understand where price needs to go. So at this point, we have 11 minutes left. We have lower low, lower high, lower low. I want to see this previous high being broken, and right now it looks like we have 11 minutes left. If price closes above in 11 minutes, I want to see that next candle give us a retest, and then we'll look for an entry. And then our stop loss would technically be down here at this point, and it'll be a 20 pip stop loss. So we have 11 minutes for Euro USD. And gold is in the same situation. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss again. NZDJPY looks promising, but I will need another explanation for EU. No problem, I got you. Alright, so EU, right? EU is, we'll start from the daily time frame. Alright, again, super simple. This, like Euro USD right now, is the most simple pair to look at because it's making the move. Like, we see it happening, right? Even if you draw it out like this, how I have it, right? Again, external structure, we know that higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, right? External structure, I'm not saying higher high, higher low, higher high, right? I'm saying this is higher high, higher low, higher high to where we're at now, right? This internal structure that we have here could be the basis of what we're looking for, where price is gonna stop, right? And and start going up. So the number one thing is this: like, we have this break here, right? We have a break. Where did price What was the last candle that made the push up? Was this red candle down here. So if you notice, that's exactly where we're at. Literally exactly where we're at. This green, the bottom of the wick just tapped into this one red candle that's right here, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So now if we go to the 4-hour time frame, right, in the 4-hour, same thing. We have this break. This break was made by this red candle. This red candle is right here. I have the entirety of the red candle, right, and it disrespected the zone, as you can see. At one point it respected it, which was the entry that we took last week, right? It was one of the entries that we took last week. We waited for a little change of character. We see these green lines here, right? We could go down to a lower time frame, but it's not really necessary. Change of character happened, so then it continued going up, and then price went down, following the lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. It's where we're at now, lower low. So taking that into consideration on lower time frame, I could say that in the daily time frame, what we're really trying to grab is this red candle down here. But again, Euro USD, we're looking for a new high to be made already, a 3rd month high. So at this point, what I'm looking for is just, okay, we know that we're looking for a new high to be made for the month. If we start looking at what's happening on a day-to-day basis, right? We had 1 day of drop, no net. We had another day of drop, and to where we're at right now, right? We see, if we start looking at the left side of our screen, right, we see one candle here with no top wick. We have this candle up here with no top wick, and then if we go and we continue going to the left side, you know, again, we have other candles with no top wicks, and this is the month high. This is the high that needs to be broken, right, which is connected to the 2 candles with no top wicks, which is a gap in the market. So since I'm looking for longs, that's literally just all I'm looking for. I'm just looking for where's price going to give us that change of character. If you notice, there hasn't been any real change of characters yet to really give us a confirmation that price is going to go up, right? And then you'll start saying like, oh, like what happened here? Right here, price broke the pretty much the high of the day with the opening candle, right? But again, that opening candle was a gap, right? Because again, if you notice it, this green candle here, which was the opening candle, had no bottom wick. So the fact, and if we go down and we go look, like we have a few pairs from this week. If price breaks or gives us a change of character or a break of structure with no bottom wick, that is not a real break, right? It's the same thing with a gap. Like if the market opens and it opens with a gap going to the top and it leaves a gap at the bottom, which is pretty much what happened with S&P and US 30, right? It's not really a break. Now, granted, price doesn't have to go up and cover the gap, but we understand that at one point the market has to go up and cover the gap before it goes back down, right? And the fact that the difference with US 30 and Euro USD is US 30 had the 800 EMA super close. So 9 out of 10 times, price is always going to reach the 800 EMA before it makes the move that it has to make. So in simple terms, Euro USD, I'm just looking for new highs to be made for the month, which is why I'm not trading counter, which is why I'm not looking for shorts, right? At this point, I'm just marking my charts up to look for longs, right? Because if I was looking for shorts, it'd be just opposite. Instead of this high being broken, right, to go into longs, what I'm looking for shorts is just for this low to be broken, right? And at this point, if price is in the middle of the zone, I'm not looking for an entry. I'm only looking for an entry when price breaks the low or if price breaks the previous high. When price breaks the previous lows or the previous highs, that's what I'm looking for. And that's pretty much it. Like we have 3 minutes, right? And the same thing for gold, right? That's why I have gold mapped out the way I have it mapped out. Just gold is only good for shorts if we break below here. But again, gold isn't one of those situations where, all right, we have 3 days of drop, right? The move was already made for today, right? At this point, is price going to continue to go down or is it going to give us that move to the top? And I'll go over this as well, right? Which is what I see. Give me 1 second. which is what I see on gold, right? Which was the number one thing was at one point we had a gap down here, and at one point we had a gap up here. Both of the gaps are already filled, and as you can see, price now, it filled the gap at the bottom first, and then it went up and filled the gap at the top. And now price is right back in the bottom of consolidation, right? Again, it's just one of these two things, right? So we're either waiting for price to break below the low for us to continue going down, right? Or we'll wait for price to break above the highs to continue going up. Like today's trades are super simple, right? The only thing is that with how price is moving, is the only thing that's making it a little bit more difficult than it has to be. But it's super simple. It's just we're in a zone of consolidation. It's either we break above the high or we break above or below the low. There's really nothing. There's nothing crazy to it. We have an imbalance candle here on the left side that we know price has to fill up, but again, it doesn't have to fill it up right away. So it's just a waiting game. We have a minute. At one point, price was above, but now we're right back at the same entry zone that we could have been in. And if we go down to a lower time frame, like, do we see higher highs and higher lows? That's another thing to keep an eye on. And at this point, we don't. Right? Like at one point, we did have, we were trading between this low and this high. The high broke. It was a change of character. Higher high, higher low, higher high, lower high, higher low, lower high, lower low. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's no continuation of trends. It's just it's making crazy shit in the zone of consolidation. So now, is price gonna go up again? I don't know. We don't really have those answers. If we had those answers, we'd fucking be millionaires at this point, but we don't. We gotta wait for these confirmations, right? And the first confirmation was, again, just the break of the highs. Either break of the highs or break of the lows. And right now we don't have either of them, so 20 seconds. Let's see. NZDJPY, we are tapped right into the zone to then continue to go down, it looks like. And then Euro USD also just playing games. They don't want to break. They don't want to break. They're just trapping everybody right now. Everybody who wants to get into trades, go ahead and get in, man. Again, remember, we have this gap up here. It's red candle. So again, we have another 30 minutes to wait. No break has happened in any of our pairs that we're looking for. So it's just a waiting game. Right, and then again, if we go into GJ, right? GJ already moved, GU already moved, just throwing wicks going both ways. Where US 30 and S&P already moved. There's really not too many pairs to look at. Right, NZD, the NZD pairs all kind of look the same. They're all pretty much consolidating. Right, the only one that's not really consolidating is NZD CAD. Low, lower high, lower low, lower high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So, we started looking like the break of the high was this. It broke it with, we noticed, right here, boom. Did we break? Yeah, we broke here with this green candle. Green candle broke, higher low, retest, higher high. So it's really not too much to look for. Again, Euro USD, I'm looking for break above. NZDJPY, we're looking for the break below here. And gold, I'm looking for gold on lower time frame shows bearish movement. Yep. Which is just here, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Which is why I was looking for this closure up here. If we go down to a lower time frame, I think the 15 minute even shows it. Or if we go down to the 15 minute, we have high, higher low, higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high here, right? Which is why I was looking for the break here. Because this was the previous lower high. If we would have gotten the break up here, a retest, we would have continued to go up. but regardless, we're still within the zone of consolidation. We were at the top of consolidation, what happens? Price goes down. We're at the bottom of consolidation, what happened? Price goes up. So that's why, again, we just gotta wait for the confirmations. Again, if we were like any other trader, we wouldn't care about getting an entry here and risking 15 pips to get a 50% chance of winning, right? Like if we were gamblers, we would take this entry. But again, I'm not. I don't like to gamble, so I think it's a waste of cash. Might be on a long on gold if it manages to break the highs. Yeah, exactly. It's just the high of the day. Started working out again. Today was my first day. I feel like shit, man. I don't get it. Something that's supposed to be so healthy for you makes you feel like fucking shit. Make that make sense. Work out is gonna make you feel better. No, bruh. It makes me feel like I wanna fucking die. Went to the gym. Nah, I didn't go to the gym. I just do all my workouts here at the house. Um, Simple, just for the first day. Keep a warm up. 50 push-ups, 5 sets of 10. Um, 50 sit-ups. Sit-ups are easy for me, so I feel like I could do 100 in a day. Like subs for me always have been simple, but same thing. 5 sets of 10. I did 25 pull-ups. Um, Hold on, I'm looking at something real quick. And I did 30 minutes of cardio. That I did it just outside, right around the neighborhood. I need to, man. I have a goal that I want to set for myself for literally July of next year. So I have a whole 11 months to work towards that goal. Um, Dude, it's just like the situation at play is just what I want to do and what I don't want to do and where I want to go by the end of the year. And if I decide to go this route, I'll have to stay here, and I really don't want to. I really do not want to stay here. Hey boss man, what's goody, coach? You in Discord already, bro? Or are you still fucking tickling my feathers over here? Let me see. You're in Iron Bet. You're you're not here. You lied to me, and I'm definitely Ben. Oh, you said yeah, Ben, and you lied. I just said hi. You weren't here. Join a martial arts club. It's helpful in every way. More disciplined men, better social circuit exercise at that. At the competition, just push the blood. Yeah. See, like I really there was doing some RBX research. Alright, but I'll join Discord in a little bit. I'm deafened, but because I definitely don't want to talk about any of that on stream. Um, Somebody's awake. Espérate que tengo la cámara prendida. ¿Cómo tú estás, bendición? Bien. ¿A dónde tú vas? Tan temprano. A bañarte. Oh, today's not Friday. Okay. Saqué la basura nada más. Yo salí, no había. La verdad no lo tenían afuera. Yo chequeo ahora otra vez. I'll be right back. No rush, just throw my phone in the stream. Alright, bet. Okay, so again, gold, same situation, right? We're just looking for that right there. Um, the problem is, my bad, with the martial arts is that I wouldn't have like, not that I wouldn't have time, but it's not. So what I could say, what I don't have anything that I can't say, right? So no, cause I'm trying to train for next year's Loretta Lynn's for the dirt bike race, for the motocross race. Um, my bad, I was responding to a text. Yeah, I'm trying to. I want to train for next year's the Loretta Lynn's race. Um, so if I or like just looking at my time frame, right? The motocross race is Loretta Lynn motocross race. It's like an amateur race. Um, problem is this, like I haven't ridden a fucking dirt bike in like at a high level in years, right? Like last time I rode was a fucking last time I went to the track. I think last time I went to the track was probably for my birthday. It's like in March. I think that was the last time I got on a fucking bike. I'm trying to think. So, obviously I'm out of shape, number one. Completely out of shape. So not only do I need to not only do I need to get back into shape, like cardio shape, in order, just think about it, right? Like you're racing at high speed on a dirt bike on a 450 or 250 for 30 minutes and two extra laps. So that's 30 minutes and about 3 minutes. 30 about 33 minutes. Um so I need to build up my cardio to be able to do that. I need to build up my stamina to be able to do that. My strength, my core, my back, my legs, right? But the first thing I need to do, and on top of just the exercise of it, I need to fucking learn how to race again. Like I need to learn how to go through the whole shot. I need to learn how to jump everything. I need to learn how to whip the bike again. I need to learn just the simple technique to be able to stay on the bike and go fast. Do stairs for legs, yeah, I do stairs. That's one of the best things to do. Like the good thing is like my legs, it's kind of like the good and the bad thing about my genes is genetically speaking, I don't need to work out for so long, which is why I feel like in a year, in six to 8 months, I think I could get it, and then have like 3 to 4 months of just focusing on the ride, just to get better. Those last like 4 months that I'm gonna have left. Um, if I do it every single day, I definitely could do it. Like I could work out, right? Just putting in perspective, like we're in August now. To get my cardio and my stamina, everything good, and my strength, it'll probably take me about 2 months, or we'll say the end of the year, right? We'll say 4 months. Um, and then for me to learn, like, you know what I mean? Like it's a fucking toss up. It's a coin flip, literally. But for me to at least get top five, top 10, about 6 months, about 6 months on the bike. Because again, I'm learning everything. Like I'm starting from a beginner again. Like I know how to get on the bike, I know how to do the basic shit, I know how to jump, I know how to go over speed. So it's not like I'm learning square one, but I'm learning from square one. So about six, it'll probably take me about 6 months to really get to where I need to be at to ride the bike. So, but I think at first, like I really before I get on the bike, I need to focus on my exercise first. I definitely do because there's just no way. So that's something I want to do. I really I want to do that. But if I do that, then the plans that I had for for pretty much for 2024, it all goes like it'll be different. Like I'll have to stay here in the States. I can't go out of the States. But it was the same thing with like the controller company that we talked about earlier as well. Like if I do that, I can't go overseas because then to ship the controllers over, the processing time, how long it takes, is gonna take a lot longer. Um, to do all that, and it's gonna be a fucking hassle. Getting controllers shipped to me, how long it takes for them to mail it, how long it gets to get delivered. It'll be a lot more. The how much it would cost to get it out of CPS. So there's a whole bunch of things that I need to really take into consideration, and I just gotta start everything up, I guess, right? We'll leave that shit to coach out there. Yo, coach, you're gonna be the builder, bro. Coach the builder. Nah, but I'll figure it out. I mean, I definitely want to do that though. I definitely want to. Physical products are difficult, but they are worth it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially like an innovative product. You know what I mean? Like it's not just like it's not something everybody is doing, right? It's something that nobody's really doing. So if we get that shit right on spot, it'll be something crazy to do. But then the same shit with the motocross. Like I have other things that I want to do with that. Like besides riding, like my own clothing brand for it, my own gear, like the jerseys, the pants, the gloves. Um, I have that as well that I started working on pretty much the same time that I started the controller company as well. So there's a whole bunch of things that I've been working on just on the behind the scenes. But it's tough, man. Like, fuck. I wanna finish school as well. Like I'm only missing fucking one class. I think I think I'm gonna make an appointment today. Well, I'm gonna try to see if there's an appointment that I can make for this week to go speak to an advisor to just finish school. Literally, I think I'm only missing like 3 credits, which is just one class. And if that's the case, I mean, I'm just gonna finish it. Just one semester, literally just one semester, and it's paid for too, right? Like that was another thing that I was thinking about. It's like, bro, I get financial aid, like I get my classes paid for, right? So like, why am I? There's no reason for me to, because it's just about having it too. It's like I don't really see a necessity in it, but I want to just finish it just to have it. Um, is one of those things like it's free, you know what I mean? Like why wouldn't I just finish the classes when I could do it for free instead of waiting for later when I have to pay for it? So I'd rather take advantage of that now, and I was thinking about that earlier throughout the week. I was like, fuck it, I'll probably do that. So how's the market for the motorbike apparel? Is it like monopolized or shared? So there's two ways to go about that question, because you obviously have, so how do I explain this? So I'll give you the good and the bad. So the good thing is that there's so many people involved, right? Like outside of racing, right? Because you have the league, right? You have the league just like you have any other sport, right? But you have the league, you have the pro league, which is AMA, right? AMA is what runs the association. So it's you have two different leagues within the AMA. You have the Supercross races, which is it starts in half the year. It's the same racers. Some you could pick and choose what you want to race, but for the most part, like the professional racers, They do both supercross and motocross. Um, it's all the same sponsors. So like for the apparel, right? For the people who make the jerseys and shit like that, like you have Thor, you have fucking Troy Lee Designs, you have fucking Fox, you have fucking brain fart. What the fuck? Who else do you have? You have Alpine Star. Alpine Star, I think, is just the knee guards. Whatever. XXX, right? You have all these companies. All those companies are sponsors from the AMA. So it's like, is it monopolized? A little bit, because those are the only apparels that you see in stores. Now, it's not to the point where only those companies could go to the store. So like if I wanted to go to a local shop and be like, hey, I have my apparel, would you guys be able to sell it here? I could say that. We could build up the contract. So it's not really monopolized in a sense. Um, well, yeah, nah, it's definitely not monopolized because the privateer writers, the writers who don't have sponsors, right? The writers who, like, for example, if you wanted to go and ride at one of the pro races, you have to apply to get your pro card, your AMA card, all of that. But if you're a privateer with no sponsors, I could hit you up and be like, hey, you're a privateer, you don't have any sponsors. How would you like to get a sponsorship with our apparel company? Whatever, we'll make the stickers for the bike. We'll put your sponsors on the jerseys, whatever it is. We could do that with the privateer riders and then build up. So no, it's not really monopolized. It's definitely shared. There's opportunity. You definitely have opportunity. Um, and the good thing about that too is like with 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 a sport like that, with an extreme action sport, it's pretty much streetwear, right? It's streetwear outwear. So if you make gear for people who do dirt bikes, like the same people who buy gear for like dirt bike gear, like the jerseys, to give you an example, like skaters wear the same jerseys, literally the exact same jerseys. Um, the people who do BMX, right, on a regular bike, they also wear the same jersey, and sometimes they wear the same pants. So there's a big target audience, and there's a big um there's a big market for it. There is definitely is a big market for it. But it's also about how can you be different than everybody else, right? Like if you're making the same jerseys that everybody else is making, like, dude, all these jerseys are fucking hideous. And it's crazy. Like every single association, like pro association, is like that. And I don't know why. Like that's something I never understand. Like you go into esports, right? You go look at the gaming teams for, let's just say, Call of Duty. For some reason, the league, which is called CDL, COD League, Call of Duty League, they don't allow teams to make their own jerseys. So you pretty much, the league makes a template, and all you could do is just change the color of the template. So if your team's logo is red and black, you could just change the jersey to be a different shade of red and black. And then another team will have the same exact jersey, just a different color. And there's not, like, there's no personality. Ugly plain ones. Yeah, like, if, for example, how long do we have? We have 8 minutes. Like, I'm gonna give you two examples here. Like, we're not gonna say it's ugly because they're not ugly. It's just, dude, everybody has the same thing. It's like a same template. It's super, like, simple. Like, there's, right now I'm looking through the jerseys, right? There's The templates are all team logos, right? Team logos and the team colors. So, like, for example, if we're looking at this, right? This is for the Call of Duty teams, right? Like, you have teams who want to use, right? This is the back of the jersey, and then the front of the jersey. It's just purple with their logo on it. Their team logo, the team name, and the front is just their logo, a fucking maple leaf, right? Optic Texas is the fucking star in the top with just their name in the beginning with their team logo with the O, right? And then whatever the fuck that pattern is on the shirt. The Seattle team, again, it's just their team logo with the Seattle, their little fucking whatever that shit's called in Seattle, and again, their logo and their name in the front of the jersey. But there's no, like, I just feel like there's no personality, right? Compared to the Vegas team, right? Vegas Legion, like this one looks dope. It has patterns, right? Even though it's still the overall jersey, all is just the logo repeatedly in a different pattern, but it looks dope compared to the other ones, like compared to these plain ass jerseys, right? The Mutineers, it looks dope because it's a fucking, it's their logo, right? But it's just their logo. And then you go back down to all the other teams, the Atlanta team, the LA team, Boston. Like Boston is just a letter X as their logo. That's what they put on their fucking jersey. There's just no personality. What the fuck? Um, that's too simple. You need to look at how Chinese teams make their merch fucking beautiful. Yeah, man, absolutely. I agree. In terms of education, you and I are in the same boat. I have been missing pretty much all my classes for trading. We'll probably get back to the class next week. Yeah, no, bro, that's very important, especially for trading, bro. Like it's different. Like I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm a good student. I'm really not. When it comes to school, I'm a fucking. It's because I choose to be. Like when it comes to school, it's just for me, it's just a waste of time. I've always seen it that way, and it's not a good mindset to have. You know what I mean? Like it's really not. But like I see it every single day. Like it's not a big deal. It's really not. But the crazy thing right now, and the reason I have the mindset is there's so much going on with trading, and I'm just gonna talk about the forex market in general, right? We have 4 minutes. Gold looks like it's gonna break the low. Let me look at these pairs real quick. So NZD/JPY is still there, and Euro USD still there. So, like for example, realistically speaking, everything that's going on now, like I don't know if you follow the news, but I only look at trading news. I don't look at anything else. I don't watch TV. I don't do none of that. So the point I'm trying to make is this: there was a ban like a week or two ago. It hasn't happened yet, but the U.S. government want to pass a bill where people who work in the government, whether you work or you're a family member or a close friend of somebody who works in the government, you can't trade. They're trying to pass that bill, right? So that's number one thing. I think that at this point, the forex market, and just the stock market in general, I think it's grown so much, not only in popularity, but in so many people are doing it. Um, so many people are making money. So you have to just realize, like, people in power, the people who have money, they don't like when other people start getting power. They don't like that us as a society are making it out of the matrix. Pretty much, right? Just simple, right? To make myself sound a little bit more crazy. I could see a future, not near. This probably won't happen in 5 to 10 years, but I see a future where, since I do forex, we'll just speak about forex trading. But I feel like it's gonna be regulated to the point where it's gonna be very difficult if you live in the states, probably even worldwide, that they might put a ban on trading. They might regulate it. Something is gonna happen in the next 10 years. Guaranteed something is gonna happen. So that's something that I've been just thinking about a lot this year, but especially now with everything that's been going on, and it's progressively getting worse and worse. It's like, dude, if I ever am in a position where bro, God forbid that I have to go get a fucking regular job, I'll at least have that backup, right? So that's the way I see it now. It's like, dude, we really truly we don't know how long we have until this gets regulated to the point where we might not be able to do it anymore. So it's like, dude, you need to have a backup, and it's like in anything you do, right? Like it's like since I was a little kid, even when I did gaming, like every time I was gaming and people would tell me like, "Oh, you're gonna go to school?" It's like, dude, it's a backup plan. Like I'm gonna finish school because I'm a gamer. Like we don't know how long this is gonna last for. Like how long is gaming gonna last for as an esports, right? Obviously now it's grown immensely and millions of dollars and billions of dollars are invested yearly. Um, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you're doing something out of the normal, you have to have a backup plan just in case, right? Like an entrepreneur, like dude, you could own 12 different companies and they could all go to shit, right? So it's just like, dude, what's your backup plan? And I think that's one thing that I kind of drifted away from that mindset in the last couple 2 3 years. And now I'm starting to see that a little bit more. So it's just a backup plan. It's just like, dude, just fucking finish your courses, get that piece of paper that says you're a fucking graduate, and that's it. Yo, end of the day, I don't study. I don't fucking stay up all night like these nerds. I don't want to call you guys nerds. I'm sorry, but I'm going to. I don't care. Like I don't stay up all night studying for fucking tests and pop quizzes and like, dude, I we have Google. I cheat on all of this shit. Like, dude, I'm you know what I mean? Like it's a fucking piece of paper that ultimately is what employers want to look at. They don't want to look at the experience. Because if we're talking about experience, I have all the fucking experience in the world. I have all of it at the age of 22, right? Like, there's people who go to school who don't have no experience, but they have a piece of paper that says they went to school, and 9 out of 10 times they're gonna get hired for the same job that I applied for if I don't have that piece of paper, even though I have 7 more years of experience than them. So it's one of those things where, so boom, look, price close is 8:30 in the morning, dude. Price close below, but the green candle that just opened right next to it and then shot up right away. This BOS that happens like this for me isn't really a technical BOS. Is not a technical BOS. It's just price is just trapping traders. Everybody who just sold here is just you already went into drawdown and it hit your stop loss, right? Because for the people who trade this, your stop loss is right above that red candle. It's 20 pips. So then now you have this green candle that just wiped everybody out. Everybody who was trading going short, it wiped everybody out, and now we is a waiting game. Like it's not, like I said, there's no confirmations on this at all right now. This is just super ugly. But again, it's the first week of the month, grabbing liquidity to say the least. Yeah, exactly. Literally just grabbing everybody, grabbing the liquidity. Um, but again, I'm not too worried about it. It's the first week of the month, literally the first week of the month. We understand that trading this week is not the best when it comes to certain entries. Right, this week we did get a lot of good entries, but I'm not, and during 1 in the morning, like I started writing that down in my trading journal as well. Like every day, what pairs, like if we go down to this week, right, and we could do it here, like on the first, right, to give you like a little census of this before we go back down to that other topic. Um, on the first, so 2 days ago, right, today's Thursday, so on Monday was the first. That us? Nah, bro, there's no way. No, Tuesday was the first. On Tuesday there was one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There were 7 trades. There were 7 pairs to look at. Out of the 7 pairs to look at, only AUD USD played out. It was a good entry, but I didn't take it because it was 2 in the morning. I didn't this week. I haven't been waking up during Asia session, but I'm because it's the first week of the month. I didn't want to. I'm like, it's not gonna be worth it. But on the first, there was 1 trade out of the 7. Only 1 pair moved the way we said it was gonna move. The rest moved counter. On the second, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pairs. Out of the 9 pairs, 2 of them USD CHF entry was given at 1 in the morning, and NZD JPY entry was given at 9 p.m. But again, first week of the month, I didn't want to take any of these trades during Asia session. NZD JPY, yesterday was I was awake for that. I did see it. I even put it on my on like I put my lines and everything. I just didn't take the entry, but it was given at 9 p.m. and then USD. So already this week there was 3 trades that played out well. The other ones were invalid or moved counter trends. Um, Invalid meaning there was a gap. There was a during the entry there was a candle with no wick. It could be a gap of the day, for example, like US 30. When US 30 opens with that huge ass gap that it usually, it's been a long time that US 30 hasn't opened like that. So, and then today there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pairs, and out of the 8 pairs, there was only 3, which is the 3 that we have now: gold, NZD, Euro, USD, that look like it was gonna move, that hasn't done ADR or that hasn't moved going opposite of what I'm looking at. And I mean, as you can see now, Euro, USD, still in the little zone of consolidation. It hasn't done anything. NZD, JPY, it already did STP, but again, there was no real. And then gold, obviously, we know what's happening with this right now. So there hasn't been any clean entries yet. So today, they're literally out of the 8 or 9 pairs for today, there was no pair that gave us a clean entry, right? So I started doing this 2 weeks ago, where I started writing down like exactly what I'm looking at, when the entry was given, when shit. So it gives me a better visualization of like, okay, this week we didn't take any trades, but how many trades did we miss? Why did we miss it? Right? And if it's because something that I've been realizing in the last couple weeks, all these fucking pairs have been moving during Asia session, London session. So I'm gonna have to put it in myself to just wake up. I'm gonna just have to wake up and fucking just be trading until from 2 in the morning up until 10 in the morning, pretty much from 2 to 10. Work a regular job trading instead of, because NYC session. I mean, if we go down to every pair, like NYC ADR's already been hit, the moves have been done, starts moving counter, whole bunch of fucking news in the morning every single day. There's high impact, like 15 high impact news folders. Like a few years ago, it wasn't like this. Like I remember that there wasn't as much news as there is now. Like the market has changed a lot, realistically speaking. Um, but it's the same thing. It's the same moves, still the same. You know what I mean? It's just market timing is a little bit different. The way it looks is a little bit different, but it's the same shit. It's just about being present when the move is made. Um, Out of realization, I learned more about money and how the world works in 2 months of summer break than I did in my entire year business course. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, shit, I'm doing the same thing. When I did college, my first 3 years, or 2 years, was this business course, right? And it's the same shit. Like there hasn't been one course except for my English course, my ENC 1101, 1102, that I don't use every day, except for those 2 classes. But my finance courses, my microeconomics courses, dude, like I don't really use none of that. Like what I use every single day is simple fucking addition, subtraction, and fucking and division. Finding the mean, medium, and the mode. That's the only thing I've been using every day, and I've been learning that, and that's something you learn in like 4th grade. But like, dude, all the other shit, y equal mx plus b, and they want to start teaching me algebra. Like, look, I'm thinking about that, and I already don't want to go back to school because I know that's a course I need to take, and I'm gonna fucking fail it. Yo, I was never good at that math. That math to me, algebra is. Why do we learn that? Like, look, talking about it, my hands are sweaty. I don't fucking get it. School is the worst thing ever invented. I would just say that shit flat down. But it's okay. Like, that's what we got, Mathway and Google, bro. Fuck that. I instead of learning math that you need, they're teaching you fucking algebra. Like, dude, if you're going in, if you want to fucking, like, dude, algebra has to be one of those courses that, like, if you're going to use that shit in your degree, like if that's what you want to go, if your job description tells you you need to use algebra, whatever job description that is, dude, go for it. Teach them that fucking class. You're teaching a fucking regular guy how to do algebra for no fucking reason. Like, dude, it's just such a waste of space for me. I'm just using me as an example. I don't get it. Like, dude, teach me something else. Teach me about how to do my taxes, bro. Teach me that. I took one class about that, so I did forget about that. But shout out to that teacher. I forgot his name. But it's they're teaching us how to be good employees. Yeah, that's I mean that's always been. We already knew that, right? Line up in a single file line. How they sit you down in your classes is like if you're sitting down in an office. Sometimes it's even like if you're working in a factory with a single file line, the line leader. Yeah, man, we already know that. Working in warehouses, that's what they're. I mean, they want to teach us that, but I mean now we have. That's what I'm saying. Like schools have to be updated now. Like now we have robots that are doing that work, that line of jobs. Like there's no need for it. Like why are we still learning how to be regular employees, for a job that's not even there anymore? Like it's getting taken away. AI is fucking taking over. But it is what it is. Again, it goes back to what I was saying about trading. Like the government knows what they're doing, man. They know what they're doing. And as soon as they see that half of the population is learning how to be a forex trader, which is what's literally going on. Everybody wants to be a fucking trader. What do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna take this shit away from us, man. That's what I'm telling everybody. I've been telling everybody that wants to learn how to do this, bro. Step it up. Cause if you take another 5 years to try to learn something as simple as trading, because you're just lazy, you don't have the discipline to be able to fucking do it, yo, you're gonna waste a lot of time and you're gonna lose the opportunity to make money. You're gonna lose the opportunity to make money if you guys don't start doing this shit. And this goes to everybody. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, if you're still out there fucking, you don't know how to trade, and the only way you're trading is by somebody else's signals. If you're still doing that, yo, I'm telling you, you better learn how to fucking trade on your own before this shit gets taken away from us. So, hear this out. Google and AI, like ChatGPT, is like employee for us, but for the rich people, we are the resource and Google for them. Yep. Why learn something if you can use someone else's knowledge to make money for yourself? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what that is. I agree 100%. Right? Like I remember there was, when I was younger, I was always saying like, dude, what do we have to do differently, right? And we have the answer. The situation is just, depends. I know you don't live in the states, but to give you the example of the states, and I'm pretty sure it's like this worldwide. It's just different verbiage and a different way to look at it, but it's the same thing. It's like, dude, if you're in the states, you're 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 categorized by how much money you make. Number one, right? So you have rich, middle, poor, right? You have your nationality separates you. If you're white, black, Hispanic, or other. Um, and 9 out of 10 times, all those questions pretty much sums up what you're going to be fed, right? Your programming up until you're self-conscious enough to be like, all right, I don't want to go down this route, and you start waking up. But the problem is this, like, you're you're born into a family that all they've known is going to school, getting a job, and getting a paycheck every 2 weeks, right? It's the most secure thing. It's the most comfortable thing because you know that at the end of the week you're gonna have a paycheck. You know that no matter what, whether you like your boss or not, whether you do 100% of your work or you do 20% of your work, obviously you'll have the little mental note that, oh, if I only do 20% of my work, I could get fired, but 9 out of 10 times employers don't give a fuck. You start living this comfortable life where, yo, just go get a job, yo, just go collect a paycheck. And unfortunately, that's what's going on. Like, unfortunately, that's the truth. That's the reality behind it. And then you start using that, as a trader, you start realizing that, like, I have a lot of friends who want to start trading. I have a lot of friends who are smart, like book smart, like bookworms, like going to school, they're straight A's, fucking SAT scores are perfect, and you sit them down to try to learn how to trade, but they have no discipline. They have no clue how to manage, right? They only know how to be told what to do, right? Like if I tell them go pick up the trash, they'll go pick up the trash. But if they gotta wake up at 6 in the morning by themselves with an alarm to come and look at the charts, like there's no discipline. If you know that you have to do this homework to get your chart vision to get to where you need to be at, they're not gonna be able to do that. But when their boss calls them and tells them, "Hey, today's your day off, but can you come in?" they're gonna say yes. Or when your boss tells you, "Hey, you got to do this and this by this day," they're gonna do that because they only know they only know how to do what they're told. So it sucks, but that's the truth. No offense, even if I'm living as somewhat growing country, I would never move to the U.S. The entire system you guys run upon is weird. The thinking and priorities of Americans is weird for us. No, yeah, I agree. No, I mean, yeah, I live here, but the the culture is different, right? I'm Dominican, so the culture that my parents brought here to me and my house, when you go to a public school, right? To give you the example, like when you leave your house and you just go to a public setting, whether that's school, the mall, whatever. Did you catch the trade? No, there is no trade. There is no trade yet. Nothing has happened. Um, you'll see it on the screen. Like when I take a trade, you'll see it. I'll either have this or the short. You'll see it. Um, Still waiting. I mean, we broke the low the low with the candle, but it was an accelerated candle, so there was no entry to go short. And then going long, I'm still waiting for price to break above because we're in a zone of consolidation. So if you were in a short here, you got hit out. Well, your stop loss was hit because then you got a green candle that went all the way up. So there's no entry. Um, so the culture is different. Like now, the American culture, yeah, the American culture is white people are weird. I'll say that. I don't give a fuck. Um, it's different, and it's a fucked up mentality that they have when it comes to a lot of things. I don't know. It, from a look, I live here, so I can't even say from an outsider looking in because there's a lot of things I'm sure that as somebody who literally was born and raised here, it's a little bit different. But parenthood really plays a huge role in child, and 70% are missing it currently. Yep, that's facts. Yeah, yeah. Dude, it's difficult, man, to speak on shit like that. Like, I agree though. Like, it's not even the culture about it. It's just how people are here. Like, it's super. People are just weird here. Like, everybody has a problem with everybody. Like, especially like if you go to a country that's dominated by white people, like if you go out there and you're not white, racism is a big thing. That happens everywhere though. Like even in my fucking island, those they're lucky. I was about to call them. Can't say that I'm streaming. Fucking idiots, dude. I'm not black. I'm Dominican. Fuck out of here, racist motherfuckers. Um, Racism lives everywhere, bro. I think anywhere you go in the world is you're always gonna find pros and cons. Obviously there's bigger elevations for different things depending on accessibility to the internet. Because something that I was thinking about is funny because it's like, um, LMAO, bro. Like motherfuckers are black talking about I'm not black, I'm Dominican. All right, bro. Um, what was I saying? Fucking that shit is hilarious to me, bro. Like that shit. I heard that that's like a big meme online. I don't know if you've seen that, but like that's a huge meme. It's been like that for years. Um, but I remember in school, like in high school, there was a friend that I had at the time. He would say that, and I'm like, dude, like, are you fucking stupid or something? Like, are you good? Well, what the fuck was I saying, man? That shit pissed me off, dude. But that's what I'm saying. Like, anywhere you go, bro, it's you're always gonna find something that's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, you're always gonna find people. It's like there, it's because you can't even say common sense, right? Because what I deem as common sense might not be common sense for you, right? Like common sense as a trader, higher highs and higher lows, you're looking for fucking uptrend moves to buy. Lower lower lows, lower highs, common sense, you're gonna go down. But somehow people are still fucking buying at a lower low, lower high, and people are still selling in a higher high, higher low, right? But common sense isn't as common as you think. You know what I mean? So it's there's a lot of there's a lot of cons living in the U.S., but there's a lot of pros as well. And what I mean by that is the accessibility of knowledge and information that you have in the United States. You can't compare that to anywhere else in the world. Like, dude, you go to China, right? China seems like it's very advanced, but the situation with China is that unless you're somebody who understands technology to a very good extent, like how many things are banned in China, right? Like, there's so much information that's being held within the public the public population in China and anywhere else in the world that has these kind of the communism and all this shit. Like, the good thing about the United States is that we don't really have that, right? Like, we're an open book. The problem is that yes, we're an open book here, but there's still a lot of information that's being suppressed. There's a lot of things that they're trying to, not only are they trying to dig up so nobody could find the truth of it, but it's also the way they portray it. Like, growing up, Thanksgiving was like, to us, was like, oh, the white people came here and they had a feast with the fucking pilgrims and they were all nice. But then, this was something that we learned as little kids. We're talking about like when I was 6, 7, even younger, right? But then few years pass on when people start doing their own digging and they start looking for information. They're like, yo, what really happened? It wasn't until I got to high school. We're talking literally recently, bro. It wasn't until I was in high school that is when I started like learning that no, that didn't happen this way. Like, the white people came to America that was killed pilgrims to take over the land. So it's like, so Thanksgiving now, like for example, for my generation of kids, give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. So, for that point, to go on to another topic, right? It's like there's a lot of things in the United States alone, worldwide, right? We know it's worldwide, but just speaking about the United States, as that's the topic that we're in. There's a lot of things that we're still trying to really, is this really what happened? You know what I mean? Like, and again, that's universal, right? Like, that's happening in China. China's government is trying to hide the truth. It happened during what Call of Duty game was it? There was a Call of Duty game that got banned. That they had to change the campaign for it. Like, there were certain scenes in the campaign that they needed to take out. Um, in the games that were sold in China, the advertising, because it was showing like clips of what really went on in China, right? And the craziest thing is that the clips that were shown in the game, right? It's things that we could look up here in the United States on Google. A simple Google search would really tell us like this is what's going on in China. But that information in China is hidden. You can't, if you're a Chinese resident and you live over there and you go and you try to look that information up anywhere, whether it's in books, physical or online, you won't find that information. So, dude, again, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I feel like every country is doing that. It's just Are you gonna look for it? Are you gonna find it? Are they gonna speak about it? Is something gonna happen where it's, but it's, again, every country has its pros and its cons, man. It's one of those things where if you really start going into it, bro, like you're gonna fucking go crazy trying to figure it out. And that was a rabbit hole that I fell into a few years ago. And it wasn't good. Like, dude, like it was bad, bro. Like I was fucking like, dude, I just don't understand it, right? As a human, now I understand it, right? Because I understand now that money is power, which is why the people in government don't want to give up that power. Like something I've always something that I recently started asking was like, the travels that I did in Dominican Republic, it was like, dude, we're in 2023 and these motherfuckers, a country like Dominican Republic that has, and and yesterday was, and no, not even yesterday, like for the last week and a half, even Africa has been talking about this, right? In their country and the way they see shit. It's like, speaking of DR, is like, dude, they have, and even Africa, right? It's kind of the same thing. Like they have so many resources, like natural resources, coal, gold, like minerals, everything, bro. Everything that could be sold, they have that. Like, to put it in perspective, Africa made like yearly, I think they make like $80 billion yearly. Like their GDP is 80 million based on how much resources they sell and they transport to different countries like France, Europe, Europe, United States, especially United States. And at the end of the year, they only end with 9 billion. Like it's still 9 billion is still a lot, but when you compare 9 billion to 80 billion, they're losing a lot of money, which is why their country and economy is so shit. But you start realizing, like, dude, hold on, where the fuck is that money going towards? Like, how can your country have so many resources? How can your government have so many resources, but they don't help out the general public, right? They don't help out. They don't give a fuck, right? Like they have their citizens are living in sheds. They're living in fucking tinfoil fucking roofs. No internet, no light. The fucking grid sucks. And then it's like, dude, in 2023, as somebody who lives in the States, and we see how fast technology is advancing, not only because we could see it, but because we're actually implementing it. Like, especially in Florida, right? Like, Florida is one of the states where it rains, right? We have tropical storms, we have hurricanes, we have severe thunderstorms, flood warnings, right? And it wasn't until a few years ago that we came up with the idea of, hey, all our cables that, the electricity cables and all that shit, the power lines, let's put them underground. Yo, not only do communities and the state in general look clean because we no longer have fucking wires just hanging from the fucking sky, but it's very rare for you to have a power loss. Like, we could sit through a hurricane with power. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy how you go to DR and then you look up the cost of how to do it. Like, I looked all this up. Trust me, like, dude, I'm telling you, I went through a very, very bad rabbit hole 1 year in my life. Like, I looked everything up. How much does it cost to put wires underground? It's like $5,000 per every like 50 miles or something like that. Dude, the government could pay for that. But again, you start thinking like, okay, the US was one of the first countries that did it, and look how fucking stupid people are here. And look how, like, everybody's, you can't control nobody, right? It's very difficult to control us because we have freedom, we have technology, we have information. So then you start looking at other countries and how other countries run the people that they're their citizens. It's like, okay, as somebody who wants power, as somebody who understands that if if your citizens are hungry, like, this is the best analogy and this is the best way I could put it. Like, if you're hungry, you're starving, you're cold, you're hot as fuck, you have no electricity, yo, you're uncomfortable. As a human, you're uncomfortable. You need a hustle to make sure that your family is eating. Yo, you're not gonna think about, oh, how am I gonna make $1 million? You're not gonna be able to do that. You're not gonna think about, how am I gonna be an entrepreneur? How am I gonna make money. You're not thinking of that when you're hungry. What you're thinking about is like, all right, I gotta start working at the age of 12 in a fucking factory to help my parents. So, again, as somebody who understands that now, I get it. Like, I know why the fucking government don't want to help, right? It's I mean, it's going on in the States. It's just not as bad. Like, dude, the States is giving billions of dollars to war in fucking Russia and Ukraine, but when it comes to student aid, like a student loan debt, oh no, we can't clear the student loan debts. Oh, but a week later you could pass a bill to give billions of dollars to those fucking idiots over there in another country, but you can't help your own citizens. Again, because there's no, as a government, you don't want your citizens to have power, right? Like, again, you're $100,000 in student loan debt. The only way you could clear that debt is if you fucking work 9 to 5 for 5 days a week. Would the government would they rather have you in a fucking loop where you need to continue to pay your debt, or would they rather you be free and then now all of a sudden now you have some sort of freedom because you have no more debt? It's super simple to think about, but again, when you say it out loud it sounds crazy, but it doesn't. Like, it makes sense. So bro, like, yo, look, hands down, regardless, dude, I'm glad that I'm going through this at a young age, and not when I'm older, because I could see past the bullshit. Like, dude, you think I was watching the news when these fucking idiots in the White House were talking about aliens? Dude, we've been talking about aliens for how many years? Scratch that. Yo, Elon Musk a few months ago was talking about, no, there's no alien life. We haven't found it yet. And then a few months later we see this about the government, and now the news and everybody's talking about, like, dude, no, listen, the person I'm gonna listen to is Elon Musk, the person who has a SpaceX project. They study this shit. I'm not gonna fucking sit there, not government funded, by the way. Look, we're talking too much. I'm gonna get fucking raided. We're live on YouTube. I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get raided. I'm done talking. Listen, hands down, at the end of the day, bro, we're being controlled by those people in power, and the only way to get out of their control is to not play their game. Again, that's why I don't listen to the news. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I don't care. End of the day, yo, if we go to war with another country, what the fuck am I gonna do? What the fuck am I gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking survive? You think I'm gonna be the savior? Yo, if we go to war right now, if there's a nuke that drops you, I'm dead. Yo, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not gonna waste my time on Earth thinking about shit that I can't control. I don't like, and that might be ignorant. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it might be ignorant. I don't give a fuck. Like, yo, you think I give a fuck about who's president? I don't, cause I have no control over that. That's another thing about the US, and I'm pretty sure it's like this in every fucking country. It's like, dude, oh, your vote matters. No, it doesn't. At the end of the day, when the public is done voting, and when it comes down to the White House choosing who they want as president, they pick and choose who they want as president. A president is in office. Scratch that. A president during his fucking campaign is talking about, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna change this, I'm gonna change that. Boom, he gets voted for, he's in the White House. He tries to pass a bill. If the fucking if the the legislation, damn, that's why school is very important. I forgot the three branches in the government, right? Because there's three branches in the government: the legislation, the tantatans, and the tantatans, right? If they don't pass that fucking bill, the president can't fucking do anything about it. So again, the president is like the CEO, not even the CEO. The president is like a manager. Hey, let's make these changes. I'm gonna give this bill. I'm the manager. I'm gonna pass. I work at a store as a manager. I have these complaints and these things that I want to fix in the store that I run. I'm the manager of the store, but I can't make these changes. I have to send my request to the higher ups. If the higher ups say I could do it, I'm gonna do it. If the higher ups say no, then I'm not gonna do it. So again, even the president doesn't run this shit. All right, so look, gold had a good opportunity for sells here at this pullback. Right here would have been the entry to go down, but I didn't want to take it. I don't really like how structure is being made right now and just trapping traders, especially 30 minutes before the 9:30 news. Um, again, it's one of those situations where I'm not gonna take this risk. You know, we had a red candle that broke below, right? We had this green candle that pretty much was the liquidity grab, right? The liquidity grab happened, then that green candle closed below. Then we have this red candle that went up and gave us a retest of this little BOS right here, right? That's the entry to continue going down. I do see that, and this could be a very good entry right here. Like, if you guys want to take this entry, if you guys, you know, obviously just fix the stop loss. If you have an entry down here, right? Like you obviously don't want to use that big of a stop loss. You'll probably just put your stop loss at the top of that green candle. You know, or you wait for the retest. Whatever the case is, I just, me personally, I'm not taking a trade on this today. I'm not gonna risk it. Well, for two reasons. The main reason, I don't trade going counter. I don't trade counter trends, so I'm not looking to go down right now. I still think that we are in an uptrend with gold, even though we had this change of character in a higher time frame. I want to see price. I want to see price give me a pullback before we start going down again. Even though we have this gap here at the bottom, I want to see a price reset. I'm basing that off of why, because today we have a third day of drop. Today will be that third day of drop, and you know, obviously we already got that. It's up to you guys. I mean, it looks like a really good trade to take, so it's definitely nothing too crazy. 13-1. So TP would be somewhere here. So let's see. At this point there are 4 branches. Who knows how many fucking branches there are, man. Alright, so NZDJPY play. It didn't really go into our zone yet, but it did tap it, right? It tapped it, it retested it, it went down. So now it's just about, you know, we'll have this 9:30 closure. Give me 1 second, let me see. Yep. So if we close up below here in the 30-minute, then potentially look for a nice entry here. NZDJPY looks a lot better than gold. Euro USD is still consolidating, hasn't moved. So NZDJPY and gold are pretty much the ones that look good. So let's see. I mean, gold could play out. Like I said, gold could play out. There's no doubt. I definitely think gold could play out. It's just the way I don't like trading, especially days where the market gives us like these crazy candles, right? When like literally it gave us a candle, just one candle is 83 pips, right? And then if you think about it, like one candle did 83 pips when for the last 12 hours since the market has opened, right? For 12 15 hours, it did 92 pips. So one candle did 83, but overall the entire day it's done 92. So, you know, I'm not gonna chase. I'm not chasing liquidity at this point. That's pretty much what that is. I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where I don't want to be part of the liquidity grab. So I'm not gonna trade this. But again, on a regular day, if this green candle wouldn't have been that big, on a regular trading day, I would have definitely taken this trade here. So it's just a waiting game. But at this point, I'm just gonna keep an eye on NZDJPY. It looks like the only one. Again, there's really no trades left based on STP ADR. You know, it already completed that, but we have the liquidity at 9:30 coming in. So I mean, at this point, you know, we have another reason why I'm not really looking for an entry on NZDJPY. We have this red candle here with no top wick, and then we obviously have this candle here with no top wick. If this candle would have had a top wick, please have a top wick. No, it doesn't. If this would have had a top wick and we were just looking at this one, as soon as price breaks, what I'm looking for is a pullback into the zone to cover the gap. That would be the entry to continue going down. But the fact that this candle up here also doesn't have a top wick, I don't want to get trapped. I really don't. So I'm gonna wait it out. I mean, obviously we still have 30 minutes. We have another what 20? We have 22 minutes left. So I'm sweating talking about this bullshit, yo. But I mean, bro, you see what I'm trying to say. So overall, man, like, one thing I've been saying for the last couple years, it's like I can't have a kid. I can't have a kid come into this world knowing how fucked up it is. Like it scares me. It's that's one of my fears, and that might not be a good fear to have, and it might be superstitious. Um, but it's like, bro, I'm not I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where, hello, hold on, don't come here because I have the camera. I have the camera on. Good morning. How are you? That's good. Everybody's working, so we're here by ourselves. We could throw a party. You want to throw a party? Nobody's home. Do you want to throw a party? We can. No? We could invite girls and stuff. Oh, okay. But it wouldn't be strangers. It'd be friends. No? Okay. You can have friends outside of school. Ah, okay. So when you go to school in a few weeks, you're gonna have to fight them if they're mean to you again. You're gonna have to punch them and then yell at them. Stop being mean to me. That's the only way they listen. Trust me. I've already done through that. You're gonna have to start fighting people. Huh? Yeah. Close the door, please. Thank you. I'm waiting for NZD JPY goals not that promising. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll be outside later when I'm done. Um, though I'm bringing a challenge as well. If I have built some community with people with the same values and morals, this will definitely not be in the U.S. Probably Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is worse, bro. There are more races over there than everywhere else. Europe, nah, man. You know, it's. I'm definitely not. I'm not bringing shit into this world until who knows when. I don't want to, bro. It's a fear of mine. It's not. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. The thing is this, right? Like it's a stupid fear to have because you know, I mean, bro, we've been living for how many years on Earth, right? And you know, as again, as technology and how advanced we are, we understand evolution and we understand all this other stuff, right? So it's just part of life. You know, I don't think we should be. You know, me saying like, "Oh, I'm scared to have a kid," is like, yeah, kind of like understandable, but it's also like, you know, it's not really necessary to have that type of stress on yourself as a human. Like, but it's also like, bro, I don't want my kid to suffer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this life kind of sucks. Gonna be honest. Like, it's good. Like, it's, but then it's like, you know, like personally is dope. But then when you start bringing in like outside stuff, like everything that's going on, it's like, ah, dude, I don't want my kid to have to go through that. So. So again, yeah, gold is in a promising space right now. Gold is in a promising area. It looks like it could be a really good entry here. But again, I'm not taking this entry. I'm not comfortable with this entry right now. But it is a good one. There's no reason um why it won't be. Then also it's like we could get an entry here and then put our put a stop loss above our the red candle. about a 30 pip stop loss. Or Asia or some island. I don't know. It's too far to worry right now. I mean, Asia's not good either. Asia's fucking trying to take over fucking Thailand, I think. Well, dude, look, it doesn't matter where the fuck you go in the world, man. You're gonna find some fucked up shit. Like, there's just no, you know what I mean? That's what I'm telling you. Like, it's one of those things where you really can't be, um, you can't escape it, man. It's like that everywhere. You can't escape it. 1976, 1976. See, like that's why I don't really fuck with this trade because it's a 101. Like I'm not gonna be in a 1-to-1 trade, dude. I'm really not. You know what I mean? Like there's no point. Especially where we're at. We're at right at the bottom of the trends, the market maker's pattern. Like I'm not, I could be looking for a reversal here, right? If we got a little pullback, we could get a little pullback and then continue to go down. But in this case, like there's just no reason for me to look for an entry here. No reason at all. Again, it could be a good entry. It really could. But I'm not looking for a could be good. I'm looking for a is it good? So I'm chilling off of this. Gold is making me swallow my words? Nah, man. Nah, that's just FOMO coming in right now. Like it is, like I said, there's a lot of strategies here, right? Like the number one strategy that I'm looking at, well, not that I'm looking at, but that I could see that why people are coming into sells is after the BOS happens, people are looking for the bottom of the wick to be broken, and then they'll have their entry here, and the stop loss would be up here. But the problem is again, I don't trust the fact that we had one candle do 83 pips when the entirety move of the day is 93. Like I'm not gonna trust making my mind haywire. Yeah, man. Nah, listen. Trust me. Like again, put yourself in the mentality as a market maker. Like you know that 99% of the people are looking for prices of the lows to be broken. Like you did that once here. You grabbed liquidity, right? Once liquidity was grabbed, right now we're looking for the real move to happen, and that could happen here. But again, just the fact that we have not a lot of volume right before 9:30, um, the real entry for that would have been up here, right? And then at this point, we're in profit. Just to give you the way I trade and the reason I see this shit the way I see it, right? Like yes, we had a break already the low of the day. After the break was made, we had a liquidity grab. So what are we looking after the liquidity grab? The one thing we're looking for is, all right, did the candle close below the zone? If yes, right, the next thing you're looking for is that entry. Where would that entry be? Would be at the previous break, right? Which is the previous break of the lower low, lower high, lower low, right? Which was here. So technically speaking, again, this is the entry. Look how, like, dude, zero drawdown. That's the entry, right? That's the entry. And then at this point, we have 10 minutes, we have 12 minutes for that next 9:30 candle, which is where liquidity comes in, where a lot of volume comes in. So at this point, what do, right? As a trader, you could either, you know, fucking just have your stop loss regular in the top and your take profit here at the bottom, or you move your stop loss to break even and you just let the market move. But like I said, like I'm 100% sure that this is gonna move down. But again, I don't like the fact that the liquidity grab that it made is literally equivalent to pretty much the move of the day. Like it took 12 hours to make 90 pips, and in 30 minutes it did 82 pips. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not messing with a pair like that. I'm not messing with some shit like that. If this would have looked, if this would have been where this candle was maybe 40 pips, maybe, that's a different conversation that we would have had. But the fact that it did pretty much equivalent to what the move of the day was, there's just no reason for me to look for an entry there. Euro USD is still in the same consolidating zone. NZD JPY is still, again, it's trapped between the support and resistance at the top and the support and resistance at the bottom, which is why I'm looking for the price to break below here. If we could break below here, get a retest, continue to go down, that would be ideal. But again, we have one candle up here with no top wick, so price could simply just reverse, right? And why could price reverse now is because technically speaking, we already completed the move of the day, which was the first day of drop, second day of drop, third day of drop, right? After 3 days, price must chop or drop, like or chop or rise. So you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of rules here that I'm looking at that I'm just like, I'm not confident taking any of these trades right now. And again, I'm fine with that because it's the first week of the month. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to back test, every single day to know that we already know what happens during the first. Like, we've already done years of chart markings for that, so I already know what's gonna happen. So again, it's personally, I'm not looking at these trades. I'm simply just looking at market structure. I just kind of want to see what's going on and why it's happening. And whether we're right or wrong, at the end of the day, at the end of the trading day, we'll see what really happened. But again, like, we have all of this drawn out. We already know the possibilities that we had. We already knew exactly what we were looking for. It's just, did the price do exactly what we needed to? And at this point, it didn't. No. So, but yeah, bro, the world is fucked up, man. It's fucked up. It's crazy. It's cause we could go deeper into it, man. Like, the foods that we're eating, man, none of this shit is safe. Everything is fucked up. Yo, what's up? Nah, I don't. No, no, we don't. Why? What happened? Why? What happened? The elderberry. What she tell you about your blood and shit? Oh, what she's? I thought that's what you got tested for. Isn't that what was fucked up? Hmm. Okay. Bueno. What happened? All right. I'll see you guys later. All right. So, very healthy tap water. Fuck that. Not even. What are you talking about? That's. I mean, I don't know how it is over there, but I mean, tap water is fucking disgusting here, and people drink it. Number one, bro, you drink that shit and it tastes so bad. Like, yo, I go to a restaurant and I hate asking for water, but I don't drink soda. So it's like, dude, the only other option I have is fucking get a smoothie, get a juice smoothie or something. But like, for example, I go to a restaurant and ask for water, and yo, if it tastes like tap water, I don't drink it. Oh, sarcasm. Okay, bro. Thank God. No, because for real, like, there's people here who drink tap water. Like, tap water here is people rather drink like, dude, people rather drink tap water than anything else. Like, it's either here in Florida, it's either at least tap water or fucking or Dasani. Like, how the fuck? Think about it. Think about how fucking crazy this is. Dasani water has salt in the ingredient. Salt makes you thirsty. How the fuck can you sell legally? How can you sell water that contains salt? But again, it makes sense, bro. You own a water company. You make money from selling water. People buy water when they're thirsty. Hey, man, let's make water that has a little bit of salt in it so when you drink it, you're still fucking thirsty. Dude, how can that be legal? But people fucking drink that. Look, I can't fucking sit here enough because I start talking crazy. I really do. Like, dude, I rather not. Hands are clean. Spring water is the way to go. But I mean, dude, everything is gonna get fucked. Like, now what I'm drinking is coconut water. I started drinking a lot more coconut water now instead of regular water, and it's a lot better. But dude, everything just goes through a filtration process. Everything goes through a different company, and all these companies could do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they could put it through osmosis, whatever the fuck that's called. I said that word wrong, I know, but it's all good. I know what I'm talking about sometimes. There's literally birth control pills going through the water. Yeah, no, there's yeah. I mean, obviously, they go through a filtration process, so it's not that bad. But I mean, there's still little percentages of things in tap water that could still harm you, later on in life. But again, that goes with everything. Like, your fruits and your vegetables, they put pesticide shit on it. You know, a lot of them are genetically modified. Like, just think about it, bro. We have 7 billion people on Earth. Every time you go to a fucking grocery store, it's packed with fruits and vegetables. You're gonna fucking mean to tell me that quote unquote, here's another thing. I'm gonna get banned. Quote unquote, we're running out of space. We're overpopulated, but somehow we have space to make fruits and vegetables. And let's just talk about food in general, but let's talk about farming. You're gonna tell me there's enough farming land to be able to feed 7 billion people every single day, and every single day that you go to a grocery stores, there's always piles and piles and piles of bananas, apples, and all these other fruits. Yo, everything we're eating is genetically modified. Everything. It doesn't matter how well you clean it. It doesn't matter what type of fucking diet you go on. It doesn't matter if you buy your fucking fruits and vegetables and all this shit at a fucking organic food store. Motherfucker, you are not gonna tell me that anything we're eating now in this generation is good for us. Now, there's foods that are making you feel better. Again, like that. I know this, but I'm not gonna sit here like I'm vegetarian. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not gonna be vegetarian anymore because all this shit's gonna fucking kill us anyway. Because there's the way your body reacts to different foods and stuff like that. But it's bad, bro. There's nothing that we eat, nothing that we drink is good for us. Nothing. Nobody could sit here and tell me like, "Hey, man, you're overboard right now. You're going crazy." Fuck you. You're going crazy. Make $3 mutated soybean ham beef. Ton $8 genuine meat, but sell it for the same price of $10. Yeah, bro. It's crazy. Like, now we have all this information about soy, and people are still eating hella soy. It's like, dude, how? Like, we already know what this good. Like, we already know how that's gonna end for you. People still eat it, so it's like, bro, whatever. People still drinking milk, even though it's been scientifically proven that that shit does nothing to the human body. Fucking milk. Think about it. We're the only fucking animals who drink milk from another fucking animal. Like, dude, when we're babies, we drink milk from our mom. That's normal. It's like a cat. A cat drinks milk. But after it's a fucking adult, it doesn't drink milk anymore. It's like a cow. A cow. It's a good question. Do infant cows? I don't know this question. See, that's something I don't know. That's a very good question. Do infant cows drink out of their mommy's titties? I mean, I'm pretty sure, right? That only makes sense. But then when they're fucking older, they don't drink milk. We're the only fucking animals that do that. And milk is disgusting. If you fucking have a cup of white milk and you drink that shit in front of me, I don't associate with you anymore. You're fucking crazy. You're insane. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's the worst fucking beverage on earth. That tastes like shit. And I won't be told otherwise. I don't know how people do that shit. What else can we talk about? This is crazy. This is a good stream. I like talking about shit like this because I don't get to talk about this shit ever. This is what I have within myself. I love speaking about shit like this. But at the same time it pisses me off because it's like, again, common sense is not as common as you think. So shocked, bro. I'm telling you, like, again, I feel bad for the next generations. Like, again, I can't have a kid on this earth, bro. I can't. I can't. I can't. It's like, dude, it's like, imagine having your kid, and again, this is the, like, when I eat, this is what I think about. You just ate my ass in 10 seconds, bro. Pause. What's going on here? What the fuck? Um, dude, I can't. Like, imagine. I think about this shit every single time I eat. It's like, oh, dude, like, I'm eating this, but I know it's not good. Like, imagine you're feeding poison. Like, I'm not gonna put it that way, but that's the thought process. Like, dude, I'm poisoning my own kid. Dude, fuck that. It's like, it's, and then it's a bad lifestyle. Like, yo, you start thinking about it. Like, oh, like, I'll just have kids when I could grow my own things. And it's like, dude, but like, at this point, you're thinking about your kid is not gonna have any civilization, right? Like, dude, like, people are fucking crazy. So just because people are crazy, I'm not gonna have my kid walking around meeting new people. Like, dude, I don't want my kid to be fucking antisocial either. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want my kid to go to school and then there's a 50% chance that he or she is gonna get fucking shot in school. Like, dude, and that's real. Like, that's a real thought process that any parent, any sane parent would have, because that's what's going on right now. I don't want my kid to go through that, yo. I really don't. I went through it in high school. Like, my high school years, my last 2-3 years of high school, that's when everything started happening in Florida. Imagine. Like, yo, do you understand? Like, yo, being locked in a classroom. Oh, you have a shooting drill. Like, dude, mentally, that's fucked up to think about. And sometimes they would do it without telling people that it was a drill. So imagine you're a fucking 16, 17-year-old kid. All of a sudden, your fucking principal says code red, and you fucking think it's real. Dude, that's fucked up. Dude, listen. Dude, I don't know, dude. The shit's not normal, man. The shit's not normal. I don't, bro. I can't. I can't have a fucking kid. I can't. I feel so bad for them, bro. Like, I feel bad for myself. Like, and this shit's crazy. Like, that's reality, though. But it's not, what you might seem as that it's a good reality. Like, yo, I don't think so. Like, again, life is really good. But the negatives is what carries out the good. People start saying, like, oh, but you gotta see it differently. You gotta weigh out saying that the positive is better than the negative, but it doesn't. It doesn't outweigh it. At least in my brain, it doesn't. Like, the positives on Earth do not outweigh the negatives. There's just way too much. There's too many negative factors. Way too many. Not because I do drink milk, and as much as I'm aware there is calcium in milk, so I use it for some purposes. Yeah, but I mean, you could get calcium from other places. You know what I mean? It's like, but I want to know your point of view of milk, because the people I've talked about is different for you. Honestly, like, I'm not too my research didn't go in too much in depth with milk. You know, it was just my personal point, right? It was how all the research I do, in some cases, obviously it's bad because now we have this conversation. I can't go too much in depth without, I can't give you the best information because I don't know all the information. I only know the information that I know. For example, I have severe stomach problems. So, I started looking up, like, why are some people lactose intolerant? Why are humans lactose intolerant? What does milk do and provide for the body? And it's super simple. Like, for me, again, it was super black and white. Like, do we need milk at all? If yes, why? If no, why not?
Fuck, what did I do? Right? So to keep it simple, like, all right, yes, we understand that milk has calcium, right? But think about it. Like, what other my bad, let me respond to this message real quick. Um Nah, it's not bad. We share views and perspectives, so it's understandable, and we grow this way. So it's better to have such conversation. No, I agree, but there's some people who would tell you like, oh, you're just talking out of your ass. It's like, no, I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm just talking about like what I know, like the research that I did, right? Like again, I don't know all the information. I only know um you know some information. But like to give you the example, right? Like okay, so you need you need calcium, right? Again, as a baby, right? Calcium is very important, right? As little kids, right? Because it promotes growth, all of this, all of that. But we also understand that your body, right? Your stomach doesn't um your metabolism. There's some foods that you can't eat as a little kid because your body won't digest it properly. So like for example, like what vegetables or fruits are good in calcium, like kale, fucking beets, fucking broccoli, Brussels sprouts, green beans, right? Potted like green beans, but like the potted peas, the ones that come in the that are inside. Squash is good for calcium. Parsley is good for calcium. Sweet potatoes have good like. There's a whole bunch of vegetables and fruits that contain calcium. So it's like okay, as a baby, you can't really eat a lot of those foods, right? Like you could eat broccoli, you could eat squash, but it's not as like what I mean? Like your body might not be able to digest it as well as, a 15, 16, 17-year-old, a teenager when you're a baby. So when you're a baby, yes, drinking milk is very important cuz you need those nutrients. But when you're an adult, like your body, that's why some people are lactose intolerant. Like we're not really supposed to be drinking milk as adults, right? So where do we get our calcium from? Those veggies that I just talked about. So it's like, why am I going to drink milk when I don't need it? Number one, it's not about fuck. I don't need it. I don't like milk. That's number one. So I'm not gonna be drinking milk. So what other substitutes can I use to allow me to intake the same vitamins and minerals that milk have, right? And again, that goes to the vegetables, the broccolis, the squash, everything. But the thing is this, right? 9 out of 10 times, at least here in the United States, nobody's eating those types of food. Nobody's eating sweet potato. Nobody's eating broccoli. We're eating McDonald's, Wendy's, Subway, fucking Chipotle, whole bunch of bullshit food. So that's why a lot of people are sick. That's why a lot of people are dying early. That's why a lot of people have problems is because of that. And we could go down like when it comes to food and when it comes to health, like because of the problem that I had. Hold on, give me a minute. Dímelo, what happened? Open the door. Jordan is cold. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. I had to check on the kid really quick. My brother's kid, he said he was cold. I just wanted to make sure if he was cold because the house is cold or if he's getting sick. Um, Cereals, yeah, like see, like even that, like realistically speaking, think about it. Like, you know, we're not gonna talk about Raisin Bran and Honey Oats, like the ones that are good, quote unquote, good for you. Just talk about the cereal that everybody eats. Fucking think about it. Give me 1 second, my bad. So think about it. Like, check NZDJPY, good call. Okay, so NZDJPY. Let's start deleting. Alright, so no, we can't delete the. Alright, hold on. Let me delete these boxes. Fuck. Alright, hold on. I gotta speed run this. So why again? Why this is the same situation as gold? It looks a little bit different. This BOS, I don't like this BOS in this retest because the candles closed literally right at the same. It opened and closed in the same spot. Now, the next candle that opens, there's another thing I want to look for. The number one thing again is the gap, right? I want to see price fill this up, right? So if price comes here, we could get a retest to continue going down. But again, we never got a 50% pullback. This wick never really went into the zone. And the fact that, okay, this never went into the zone, and then the next candle, which was this one, gave us, a red candle with no top wick, I still believe that right, no top wick, right? I still believe that price has to come up here before we go down all the way down here. So just because the candle didn't give us that top wick, right? For me, this is an invalid trade. For me personally, this is an invalid trade. So, I do like that we did close below. But it's now there's two things to look at that market made, which is the candles with no top wicks. I still truly believe that we're gonna be trapped in a zone. So but regardless, we have to wait for the next candle. If that next candle closes below and it's a better breaking candle, I just want to see how that reacts in the next 30 minutes. I mean, at this point it's already 10 in the morning, so I don't trade after 10:30. So if I don't get an opportunity to enter, it's all good. We'll get in tomorrow or later tonight. Let's look at the news again. I think we're done for the day. Yeah, we have 10 a.m. news for USD. And that's pretty much it with the news until tomorrow morning. So we should have a really good morning tomorrow morning. When it comes to Asia session, I'm not gonna trade Asia, but I'm definitely gonna wake up. I'm pretty much the same thing I did today. I'm gonna wake up at 5 and do our NYC session, and then next week is gonna be fun. Next week is gonna be the day where I am gonna wake up for, the entire week. I'm gonna wake up for Asia session. Because every day of the week we have 2 a.m., 1 a.m. news for JPY. Even though it is low impact, it's still gonna move the market. And then especially for the 11th, or when was it? Damn, what day was it? There was a JPY news 2 in the morning. Well, one of these days that this one right here, 2 a.m. on the 16th. So there's gonna, again, first week of the month. So I'm just kind of letting the market move. I'm letting the market do what it has to do. I'm letting it breathe, especially with that new monthly candle that opened. I want to make sure that we're settled. I want to make sure that we're good before anything else. And then obviously you saw gold, right? Everything that I was pretty much calling out exactly happened. Like I don't like this trade going down because we had a, the liquidity grab. The liquidity grab happened. Then the candles never really closed below. We never really had a clean closure below. Every candle was still in the zone. If this green candle would have never went up in the zone and it would have closed just below with nothing touching the zone, this would have been a simple, very simple entry. But we never got that, so that's why we never got an entry. You gotta be, play patient with this shit. Same with NJ, pretty much. And then Euro USD, obviously we're not looking for shorts, but so yeah, to go back into that topic, like think about it, like cereals, right? We have, it's a very, at least I'm gonna call it an American breakfast, right? But it's like, bro, you have kids, bro, little kids. oh, we want like, yo, we're gonna feed them cereal for breakfast. Like, okay, think about it. Like, what cereals are we feeding our fucking kids? We're not. They don't want Raisin Bran. They don't want fucking Honey Oats. They want Fruity Pebbles. They want Fruity Pebbles, right? They want Frosted Flakes, right? They want Lucky Charms, Lucy Charmarmes, man. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want fucking, you know what I mean? Like, they don't want no fucking Raisin Bran. Damn, Raisin Bran got 18 grams of sugar. That's even worse. Fuck, never mind. Fuck Raisin Bran. What's a good cereal brand? What's a good cereal? I don't know. I don't really eat cereal. My fucking brother loves cereal. I don't know how. That shit is so disgusting. And he drinks white milk. No wonder he's a fucking weirdo. Dude. Yeah, man. Like, dude, like we you know what I mean? Like, again, you're starting off your day with fucking 20 grams of sugar and milk. I don't know, man. Like, you gotta be weird to me. You know what I drank this morning? Look how much energy I have. You see how happy I am? I'm fucking hungry, don't get it wrong, but I have energy. I fucking made myself a strawberry smoothie, bro. Fucking frozen strawberries, put that shit in a blender with water. That was my breakfast today. Breakfast of champions and coconut water. Not natural coconut water, it's in a fucking can, but that's all we could afford here. Nah, we don't even have coconut. Coconuts aren't even in season in Florida, so I can't go to a store and go buy a coconut. This is the only fucking coconut water they have now. It's not bad, but not the same. You know, when you drink straight out of a coconut. So, dude, it's crazy, man. Fucking crazy. But again, it's muesli. What is that? Just eat meat? No, bro. Fuck that. That's even worse. That shit will get you sleepy. What is this? The cold Swiss breakfast shit dish. What happened? Huh? Okay. He knows he can't play with the tablet. If he plays with the tablet, he knows that he's not gonna play. He's not gonna get on the tablet all day. Okay. Okay. It's up to him. If he just tell him if he gets on the tablet, he knows that he's not gonna get on the tablet all day. You guys have the TV outside. You guys could go watch TV outside. That what? I can't hear you. Alright. He has to wait for later then to play. Search it up. Yeah. Let's see. It just looks like oats and fucking. Oh yeah. Okay. So, primary ingredients of which is rolled oats, most often is set to soak. Alright. Let's look at Wikipedia. Fuck it. Cow's milk. No. Okay. This is actually pretty good. It's just oats. Yeah. Oats aren't bad. I've wanted to try. Yeah. NZDJ Pro is looking good. Yeah. Let's see if it really does it. If it continues down, like I said, it just wasn't my entry. It is very unfortunate that they left me with a gap up here. But it is like this is pretty much like, again, very. I want to see something. NZDJPY. So this is where the difference might be. See, that's what I have to backtest, because MT4 doesn't have, like, MT4 has that wick, but this one doesn't. So I might have to just confirm on both platforms and see, because again, I didn't take this entry here because we have, you know, this candle here with no top wick. So we have to wait for that next candle. I'm gonna wait for the next candle. I'm waiting for that 10 o'clock candle. If that 10 o'clock candle does what it needs to do, then we'll look for an entry. If not, then I'm not gonna chase. I'm not chasing that entry. Notice how these last three candles, they've all tested above the zone, but they've been closing below. Gold could be a really good one for 10, bro. All of these could be really good ones for 10 o'clock. We just gotta wait. At this point, it's just a waiting game. It's a 50-50. At least for gold, like imagine you get in a trade on gold on a retest, and then it fucking goes. Yeah, I mean it hits your stop loss. It goes negative 40 pips. Right, it did that 3 times in a row. Right, so at this point, I'm not gonna gamble with this. It is what it is. If I don't see something that I'm 100% confident in, I'm not gonna chase it. So Euro USD is done for. I'm not even looking at that anymore. So let's see NJ and gold. We'll just keep an eye on it. We got 12 minutes. But yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's a crazy. It's different, man. Like when it comes to foods and stuff like that, which is also like I know I did my research to go back into that topic. Especially with milk. So milk was the biggest thing. Right? Like I had doctors telling me like, no, you need milk. Like I was in hospitals for like the last time I was in the hospital for the situation that I have is like I was there, not continuous days. I was always let, the most I've stayed in a hospital was 1 day, just overnight. Um, but I was pretty much in and out of the hospital for like an entire month and a half in one of my high school years. Bro, I was feeling like shit every single day, bro. Headaches, stomach was hurting. I was shitting everywhere. Um, I couldn't eat. I was shitting everywhere. But then when I wasn't shitting everywhere, I was constipated, and it would hurt. Like it'd be like it would be the pain I was explaining to the doctors. They were all like, "Oh no, you need to get your appendix removed." I'm like, bro, there's no way. Like you guys did MRIs, CT scans, fucking the shit they use on the pregnant women to look inside of my stomach, and nothing was like. Their claim is that nothing was wrong. So why the fuck am I feeling this type of way? And whatever. I did my research. I switched to being a vegetarian, and then all of a sudden I was good, right? So I did my research. There was a lot of research that went into it. And then with the help of my uncle as well, because he has the same. My family we all have the same problem when it comes to our stomach. So he was the first one that really made the switch. So with his help as well, but when it comes to all these foods, it's just shit that makes sense. Again, like people are is the same thing. Like people say you need meat to survive. It's like, bro, if that was the case, I'd be dead by now. I've been fucking vegetarian now for what, 5 years? 22, 21, 2019. Yeah, about to be 5 years. And it's like, no, bro, like everything you need, just think about it. And it's crazy because, something that I remember very vividly from my youth in school, which is very, very rare that I could remember something like that, especially when it comes to school. It's I remember my 4th grade science teacher. I'm not gonna say his name out of privacy. Um, it was just a regular day, regular science day. Opened up our textbook and we started learning about um like how do animals and all this, like how do they get their nutrients. And I remember there was a graph. I want to look that up. I'm not gonna look it up because I'm not gonna I'm almost sure I have that science book in my room. My 4th grade science book, I'm pretty sure my textbook, I'm pretty sure is there. How do you suffice your protein? Look it up real quick. Look up what a simple Google search, right? I could do it, but I'm not going to. I'll let you do it. Do the research. Look up on Google, like how do you what fruits and vegetables contain protein? You'll see it. You'll see peanuts, all types of peanuts. You'll see beans, black beans, red beans, green beans, yellow beans, white beans. Beans, good in protein. Peanuts, again, good in protein. Um, bunch of other stuff. You know, oats are really good in protein as well. Um, what else? Mushrooms. Mushrooms are really good in protein. Jackfruit is good in protein. Um, and there's different fruits that are good in protein as well, and vegetables that are good in protein. So it's just that way. Um, so even you'll ask the question, which was what I was going to, like, oh, what's the one thing that doctors and supposedly is the same thing as milk. When the ads with the milk got milk saying that you need it, it was the same thing when they were talking about, oh, you could only get, quote unquote, you could only get B12 vitamin from fucking red meat, which is a lie, but it's something that's always been told to us. Vitamin B12, supposedly, right, for a very long time, it was promoted, and in commercials and shit, at least here in the US, they were saying, oh, you could only get your vitamin B12. Like, I remember the commercial and everything. Like, it was pretty much like, oh, make sure you eat your red meat for you to get your vitamin B12, right? But it's not true. Like, your B12, you get that shit naturally from fucking from different seeds, like pumpkin seeds. You can make a pumpkin soup, right? But there's a whole bunch of vegetables too that have vitamin B12 that you can get. So I get everything from that, yo, literally. Fruits and vegetables. Obviously I still eat rice. Still, when it comes to carbs, I still eat carbs. It's just the only difference of my diet is just not taking any type of pause. I was gonna say not taking any meat. What the fuck? Not intaking any source of meat. Chicken, fish, steak, beef, fucking human flesh. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, like, and there's a lot of good when it comes to being vegetarian too. Like, outside of the food, just like your energy levels. Think about it, like, you eat a fucking meal and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go take a nap. You don't feel that no more when you're vegetarian. You don't feel that. You don't feel like shit. You don't get bloated. Human flesh, yeah, man. You you never had human flesh before? I saw a video a few days ago. It was like a TV show that was. It's like pretty much a chef was making whatever it was for different contestants, and the motherfucker was like, "Oh yeah, there's a plate that there's a secret ingredient in one of these dishes, and it's human flesh." 2 out of the 3 contestants fucking threw up. Like, yeah. So okay, so gold, as you can see, again, gold is just playing in the zone, right? Like, there's no clear entry, there's no clear exit. I mean, there's no clear entry, right? Like, it's um fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? It's grabbing liquidity. On literally on every side, going down and going up. So again, I'm not really looking at gold anymore for the day. And then NJ is, again, same situation, where the difference is that, yeah, we had a clean break, right? As we could see, we had a very, very clean break. It was just now, the previous candle didn't give us a top wick. So I am looking for price to pull up here before we start going down. Is cannibalism becoming normalized? I mean, I fucking hope not. But I don't know. I don't know. The video was talking about, like, oh, it's crazy how, like, humans die the same way animals die. And when an animal, the difference is that you kill the animal. You're not supposed to kill humans. But if we're taking that difference away, like, they're talking about, like, oh, just think about it, like, we have millions and millions of humans, of their flesh, just there is a nipple wick. The problem is that there is a wick on every candle if you zoom in close enough. If you zoom in and you stretch, right, you'll start seeing it. But if you notice, if you reset the scale to where it's supposed to be, where you're right, actually this one has it. No, 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 no. We're zoomed in. Sorry, I was like, whoa. If you're zoomed in, but if you go and you look at where price is supposed to be, which is supposed to be like this, whoa, right? You have no top wick. So It also depends on how you look at your chart, which is very important. And I didn't realize that until obviously like I had. If he's watching this back, he knows what it is. If you don't put your chart the way it's supposed to be, like if you start stretching it out and messing up how the market is supposed to really look, um, which is why trading or that's why I like MC4 because you can't really mess up the chart. Um, but on TradingView you can obviously you can stretch it out, do whatever. I can't see anything on your chart because of the gray. See, I'm different. I I can't I can't see the background if it's not gray. I wouldn't be able to see the chart if it was any other color. Black. No, I can't use black. Nah, that shit just messes up my eyes. I can't use black. But either way, again, we want to wait for that next candle. So 40, we got 40 seconds left here. And then also, it's again ADR is a big thing. I still believe that we're gonna get a nice pullback. I still think that we're in between lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right? Internal structure. External, I still think between lower low, lower high, lower low. So I still think that we're gonna get even here. Well, I mean, look, we got a 4 hour no top wick on the 4 hour candle. I still think we're gonna get a nice pullback before we complete this move down here. Because again, think about it. ADR is 112, right? It's already. Let's think about it like if it was already Friday, which is, um, let's see. Hold on, we need 30-minute candle. Let's see what happens here. All right, so we created that bottom wick. Let's see if it wants to give us a little pullback here. Just think about it as if the fact that we're in Friday already. If 112 pips is ADR for the day, right? In order for us to go down is 120, right? So we're super close. It's only an 8 pip difference. But before we could make, extra pips, right? Before we could make a full move down or up, whatever direction, we need a pullback. So I still think that we're gonna get a pullback before we start going down. And again, it just makes sense because again, we're in the middle of the zone, right? Which was in the middle of the zone here, right? We did break below the middle. After a break, I'm looking for a pullback every single time. Like after a break, what happens? A pullback, right? After a break, what are we looking for? A pullback every single time. After a break, pullback goes down, right? Here, it broke, gave us a pullback, went down, right? Even here going up, like here we broke, we broke structure going up here, right? Went down, gave us a small pullback, and then continued to go up every single time. So that is one reason too why I just don't. I'm not confident in this trade. Number one is because I want to see a pullback, but it's also the time. It's already 10 in the morning. It already did ADR for the day. Again, we know that price is going to go down, but I don't want to get trapped in the middle of the zone. I would rather get in at the top, right? So I honestly still believe that we're going to get a pullback before we start going down. But we'll see. We'll wait till 10:30. We get an entry here, to be honest. Because the problem is like let's look at yesterday, for example. Like we'll just use the end of the day yesterday, like 10 o'clock, right? 10 o'clock. Where's 10 o'clock? Like imagine if you're still looking for an entry going short here, right? Yeah, it went down, but then it started consolidating, and then it gave us a pullback, which is what we're looking for, right? The pullback after a nice BOS to the bottom, to then continue going down. Might just see consolidation for today above that zone. Yeah. Like I honestly think that we might get a little zone of consolidation before we get that price going down, or even a little pullback. Even if we get a small pullback to the top, that'd be a good entry for us. See the gold play out and go down already? Nope, still messing around in that zone. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with this shit today. I'm good with that. Right, US 30 closed that gap that we had here at the bottom, and now pretty much gave us a double bottom. Right, we have a low, high, higher low. Right, this is a higher low compared to this one. So now I could go up and cover this gap here. Right, and then obviously we wanted to cover this gap up here as well. Same as S&P, and then same as NAS. Right, so this one looks a little bit better. Right, we had a double bottom, broke the neckline. Right now we didn't break the neckline, but we have this candle here with no top, with no bottom wick. So what am I expecting with NAS? I still think we're in a downtrend. Right, before we go down, right before we go down and continue that trend, I still think we need to come up here to cover these gaps from the starting of the day yesterday, and then this is where we'll start seeing price go down. Right, same as US 30. Before we start really going down, going all the way down like we think we are, right, there's two, well, here we go. Right, let's see if we can mark this up. Right, we had a change of character. That change of character was a high and this low. This low was just broken today. Right, this low that broke gave us a new high and a new low. Right, we have this high, right, and then the low. I still think we gotta push up. Right, pretty much what's happening right now is this. This is what I see happening right now. Let me get a pizza. Let me get a pizza. Here. They got a telescope in that bitch and everything too. Damn, you're high as hell. Oh, that's the apartment complex, or is that the? But yeah, the camera though. That's crazy. I'll be right back. So yeah, so that's pretty much what I see on these pairs. So again, NZDJPY, I'm not gonna mess with these pairs right now. I'm gonna just wait it out. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. I don't think I'm gonna wait till 10:30. I think I'm just gonna call it a day for today. Not a bad day today. So we will be back tomorrow for Friday. I know I didn't stream all week this week, but I finally fixed my PC and everything. I just had to update everything. Like I updated my driver, I updated Windows, I updated my graphics card, I had to update OBS, I updated fucking Google. I had a whole bunch of shit that was outdated. So, but I got it to work. It works now. We should be good for the rest of the week. So the schedule is gonna be as this though. For the mornings that I wake up at 1 in the morning, if there's something to trade, I'm gonna wake up, come to the computer, and turn the stream on right away. But I do have to make a schedule. Like I do like working out in the morning, so pretty much like what I did this morning was I woke up, worked out, came to the charts. You know, before I worked out, I came to the charts, looked at everything. If there was nothing that was good for that time, then I just went, did my workout for an hour, and then I came back. So, but that's pretty much it, man. I'll be back. I'll be back tonight for the Asia session, and then tomorrow morning we'll turn the stream on again at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Let me see. So yeah, so you see gold went opposite, still hasn't moved the way we needed it to. NJ obviously still below that zone, and Euro USD was the one that we're looking at as well. Let's take a look at that. Euro USD still in the same consolidating zone. So I think if you want to see a good trade, I think keeping an eye on Euro USD, I think that'll be the best bet for us. But alright, bro. It was a good talk. It was a great morning session. If you have if you have any other charts that you want, fuck, I got hiccups now. I doubt I'll wake up early for Asia, but if I do, I'll join the stream. Alright, bet. If you have any other charts you want to look at or you want me to look at, just message me or whatever, and I'll look at it. I'll post it. I could post it on the YouTube, like the posts. I've never really done that until recently, but I could do that. So if you ever want me to go over a chart, I could always post it there, or Telegram. If you have Telegram, just link me your Telegram or whatever. But alright, man. If anything, I'll just see you in the morning.